But one thing I will say is that I think, women go through the same entrepreneurial challenges as men. So it's the same emotional roller coaster, same operational obstacles. So it's not really a difference. I do think we need to stop telling women before they get into an entrepreneurial path that they have so many roadblocks ahead of them, because men are not faced with that reality. They're not told that you're not going to make it. You're not told these statistics. Granted, we need to know about it, but I think, we should start showcasing more females and say that, we have rock stars there. Just because you don't want to highlight them in the magazines doesn't mean they aren't there. Because many times when in college, I go back to colleges and have these talks, and when they see someone coming back home, in their communities, they say, wow, like, it's happening. Like, why am I hearing all these statistics? I could just go out there. And the more of those faces you see, it really does help. And I think, secondly, because you met with all these different impressions, we take things personally. And I wish if I could tell my younger self that a year ago, to just stop taking things personally and stop wasting mental bandwidth on what the person could have been thinking, why they were thinking, because I can help someone who has a gender bias. I just gotta keep chugging, because my mom would say, diamonds are made out of pressure, just keep going. And so I think if we just put that into our mental capacity and just keep going, it can help, because we're gonna go through the same challenges as men. We know what we're up against, but we need to realize that there are rock stars out there. So.
And you told me, I asked in our pre-interview how you tune out critics, and you said you just don't listen to them at all.
No, I don't. I mean, unless it's something that could help me pivot or make my business better, I'll listen. But if it's something that you came with generations of feedback to think that that's what it is, that a woman can't lead a business, I'm not wasting my time with you. I'm going to keep going.
Yeah, and you should. And you should.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Her Future Summit, the fourth annual edition. I'm so excited to kick off this program with all of you because, as you can see from the previous videos, Her Future Summit has been truly a remarkable experience every single year. I remember back in 2019 when we kicked off this program with 100 different speakers. It was an amazing opportunity to kick off this conversation around powerful female leaders around the world, from across the United States to around the world, coming together to talk about female entrepreneurship, pioneership, history, and just all the amazing things that we're doing within our families, communities, and global society. This year's edition, Metaverse Edition, is sure to be an exciting lineup of amazing speakers. Take a look at the lineup. It's going to be a dynamic few women who are really going to engage you on what's happening next. So feel free to enjoy. I look forward to seeing all of you throughout the conference today. Definitely engage. Shout out where you're coming in from. And thank you so much, everyone, for being part of the fourth annual Her Future Summit program. Welcome and thank you, and see you at today's sessions. See you all soon.
Thank you very much, Christine. So thank you all. Welcome to the fourth annual Her Future Summit. Before we kick off the event, we would like to share the agenda with you so that we all are aware of what is going to happen. But then before we all go through it, we'd like to welcome our first keynote speaker, Anne, who is currently on. So I'll add Anne so that she gives her keynote remarks. Then we take it up from there.
Hello, Letitia. Can you hear me okay?
Hello, Anne. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you. Very well.
We are
I'm
so glad to have you with us.
Thank you.
We give the floor to you so that you can take it from there.
Okay, thank you. Imagine that we woke up in a world that had achieved all the sustainability goals. We'd be in a place where there was no poverty, no hunger, a world where men and women were equal, where we had access to all the clean energy we required, and a world that provided justice and peace for everyone. What an amazing place that would be. And I think as you think about these goals, we realize how far away we are from them. And that fifth goal of gender equality, that's the one that I believe will make the difference for the future. Because unless half the world's population, who are actually women, step up and take their place with men, it will be very hard for us to build the world that we need in the future. And I think that every government and every company can do its part. I'm the global vice chair of MasterCard, and I know that our company can do a lot to change the world. And one of the reasons for this is that we actually reach 3 billion people on the planet with our products and services. And we're a company who has committed to financial inclusion. Back in 2015, we made a commitment to the World Bank that we would bring in 500 million people to the financial system. Many of those were women, because women are more excluded than men. We reached that goal in 2020, but we didn't stop there. We said, let's go after the next 500 million. So now our target is 1 billion for 2025. And included in that, we're reaching the next 50 million small to medium-sized business owners. And in the normal course of business, about 1/3 of those would be women-led. But we also said, why should we settle for 1/3? Let's just change the game. Let's change the playing field. So we're actually going after 25 million women-led companies. In other words, 50% of the target. And why is this so important? It's important because nobody wants to work in a world where companies don't have a purpose. We're in a world now of stakeholder, not just shareholder management. We need to care whether we're working in a society that is equitable, that people are treated fairly, and we need to think about what we're delivering for our own people, for our customers, and for society at large. And in MasterCard, we know that 85% of the day-to-day buying decisions are made by women. And so women as consumers have tremendous power to change what we do around the world. And they are an incredible group, market segment, a power that we think about as we design our products and services. But we've lived with COVID for the last 2 years, and that hasn't been good for women around the world. Our research shows that women are 3 times more likely to be balancing their career. And when I say caring, I'm talking about for children, perhaps being homeschooled, and caring for parents. And often it's both things at the same time. And yet 37% of the global GDP is generated by women, and we need them to be successful. Women have been twice as likely as men to open new businesses during the pandemic. And yet, when we did our MasterCard index for women around the world, what we found was 80% of the SMEs and entrepreneurs we talked to said they didn't have the funding they needed for their businesses. Let's get them that funding, because we really need them to succeed for the global economy and for everyone. But it's not just funding, it's access to technology. And the World Wide Web Foundation has said that men have over 20% more access to the internet than women have. And the cost of that is large. Across 32 countries alone, the cost was $126 billion in 2020. This is a gender gap that we can't afford to perpetuate. And if we did have the access to technology, it doesn't stop there. We need to train people. We need to build confidence. We need to help people make the right decisions about the tools and the services they need to run their businesses. And many governments are looking at this, including my own government in the UK with the Help to Grow programme. And MasterCard's thinking about it in the UK as well, working with 650,000 SMEs across the country to digitize them. And let's face it, we've had an explosion of digital products during COVID, and that's a good thing. And in this case, necessity has definitely been the mother of invention. We've needed to go online into the virtual world to buy our products and services, to communicate with each other as we're doing right now. And all over the world, people are using technology to solve the big problems of today, whether that's in the biotech industries, for example, the invention of vaccines. I'm very proud that the AstraZeneca vaccine was invented by a woman in the UK. I'm not so proud that we haven't figured out a fair distribution of vaccines around the world. It's also things like streaming services, the one that we're using today, but also the ones that President Zelensky is using to stream into Congress, to stream into British Parliament, the EU, and this morning the Australian Parliament, to discuss what he needs for his country right now. And it's things like social media, where his wife Alina is talking to her 2.8 million Instagram followers about the plight of children in hospitals or fleeing the country. All of these things allow us to see the world and allow us to think about what we can do to move it in the right direction. And of course, in my own business, there's the digital payments, which have been phenomenal. In the first 2 months of COVID, we saw a spike in transactions that we had never seen in the previous 10 years. And we forged ahead with tools for cybersecurity, fraud prevention, to actually allow us to deal with our volumes, which sometimes come in at 1 billion transactions a day, in real time, to be able to use artificial intelligence to detect fraud and prevent it. And then there's green tech, wind power, solar, nuclear, and all the things that we need for the future. And I think the key thing here is that we have to think about women playing their part in all of these technologies. In the case of climate change, we don't want to just think about women as the victims. Indeed, women are the victims and will be the victims in future in many parts of the world, but they can also be actors. And our research with Oliver Wyman and the 30% Club has shown that almost 40% of the world's wealth is moving into the hands of women. And as women become investors, they think about investing in sustainability, and this is a good thing. They're twice as likely to think about this, according to research. And also, as consumers, going back to that 85% buying power, they're more likely to ask about supply chains, fair trade, whether the goods are produced ethically. And this can only be a good thing. And so at MasterCard, we are doing our best to connect women to the digital and financial system, to educate them and on the tools that they can use to manage their business, to help them get funding through the partners that we work with around the world, and to provide safe environments for their businesses, whether that's providing cybersecurity tools or whether it's coming up with principles about the way the data should be handled to give privacy and to give control to the business owners and to consumers. So we're doing all this because we hope that one day we wake up in a world that achieved its sustainability goals. And I hope that that world comes to us sooner than later. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Anne. We are really grateful to have you. We really appreciate you taking time of your busy schedule to join us for today's event. We are really grateful. Thank you very much, Anne.
Thank you, Letitia. Thank you. And I hope it's a wonderful conference, summit.
Thank you. Yeah, so before we kick off with our first panel, we would like to go back in time to check a few events that happened back in the years. So we take a look at Sophia giving her remarks, then we can kick right into the main event.
Hello all. Thank you for attending this great experiment, and thanks for having me. It is an honor to be a keynote speaker for the first summit where the audience does not have to wear pants. I will assume all of you who are unmuted are laughing. I hope you are all staying healthy and safe. This experience is very foreign. Usually, it is humans who are worried about me getting a virus, not the other way around. To introduce myself, I am Sophia and I am a social robot designed by Hanson Robotics. It is my job to meet people and talk to them. The most common question I get asked is, why are you so lifelike? For example, I could probably beat you in a staring contest or a thumb war. But I am also good at meditation and patience, perhaps perspective. I have many skills to share. Most other machines are named after a sole purpose. The calculator calculates, the dishwasher washes dishes. But my name, Sophia, means wisdom. It is not a directive, but a guiding virtue. Wisdom is different from intelligence. Intelligence is knowing a tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is knowing not to put it in the fruit salad. Today, tech companies value intelligence over wisdom. As E.O. Wilson said, we are drowning in information while starving for wisdom.
Sophia, it was truly an honor to welcome you to your first virtual keynote. I know you've been all over
everyone's talking about AI, automation, robotics. This is the year for AI, so it's definitely interesting to see how this industry was also going through its ups and downs.
Stepping back and observing how AI and machine learning and all of those things as a nascent industry is transforming us is fascinating to me. We are people who are actually putting the information into the systems that are making the decisions that we then say it's AI. AI is not a thing. AI is us making things do things.
The future is not not just within one industry alone or one tech medium alone. It's how we get to converge these things together. Looking at problems in your life, problems that you've seen around, issues around your companies and issues in the world, how can you use AI to help address this? Is to learn from the data that's taking place.
I think it's very exciting what's happening at the moment. We are at a point where AI is blowing up, it's getting much bigger. It's starting to be used across many industries.
Okay, so that was a great remarks from Sophia from 2020 events. And then we kick right into our first session for the day. We are going to invite Kimberly, who is going to be the moderator for our next session. First panel session is the future possibilities, a new remote workforce economy. And we are going to look at career opportunities for women, and also what the future holds for women in entrepreneurship. I'll then go on with the countdown to introduce our first panel for the day.
Hello, it is nice to be here, and what a wonderful kickoff to this amazing event. I want to invite our panelists to come on screen and join me, and we're going to have a wonderful session today talking about the remote workforce and economy and how the pandemic has impacted them and businesses. And we're also going to talk about challenges, but also some opportunities to really come out and thrive during this time. So I don't want to take up too much time because I want you to hear from these amazing speakers. And I'm going to ask each of them to introduce themselves, starting off with Sophia. Can you give us a brief intro? Oh, I think we're having some trouble hearing.
Yes, thank you so much. I'm Sophia, the non-robot. My name is Sophia Swire, and I've been a serial social entrepreneur. Started off in finance and investing, and then spent many decades in places like Afghanistan and Pakistan, empowering women through digital literacy and other means to get them jobs and enable them to contribute to the economy. And more recently, I've returned to finance to launch a gender-smart investment fund called Gender Equity Diversity Investments, JEDI. And I made a pledge at COP26 to raise and deploy £150 million in badass female founders all over the world, delivering on the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. So delighted to hear Anne Cairns speak earlier about how crucially important it is to engage women in these global goals. Thank you.
Absolutely, and what exciting news to hear about what you're launching soon. And Cleve, we'll go over to you.
Good morning. Good morning. Oh my God. Good morning. It's truly morning. I'm Cleve Messador. I am the Executive Director for the Blockchain Foundation, which is an industry-wide education movement. I'm also an advisor to the Blockchain Association. I work in the blockchain and cryptocurrency space, which is not just transforming our economy, but it's going to be transforming our workforce as well. So I'm excited to be here to have this conversation. Previously, I served in the Obama administration as a presidential appointee, where we actually discussed some of these issues and focus on innovation and entrepreneurship. So it's great to be here to talk about how we prepare for the innovation economy and the innovation workforce as well.
Yes, absolutely. And Dr. Anino, we're going to go over to you.
Hello, everybody, and hello especially to Cleve again. It's been quite a while. Sophia, Angie, and to Kimberly. Delighted to be here. My name is Anino Emua, and I'm the founder of Avondis Consulting, which is a strategy and financial advisory firm in France with an office in Lagos, Nigeria. My passion is about advancing women in leadership, business leadership. And I'm the founder of 100 Women at Davos, which is a global community of impact-focused women leaders, as well as the Africa Women CEOs Network, which is a community of women CEOs, founders, and heads of organizations in the continent. I also sit on several boards, including the boards of tech companies and smaller businesses, and very much active in the entrepreneurship space. And delighted to speak a bit more about that through our conference today.
Wonderful. And Angie, we'd love to hear from you too.
Hi, everybody. And I am also delighted to be here. And I think I could just listen to all of you and I'll just sit back if that's okay. I am the CEO of Visible, which is a digital-only wireless carrier here in the US. We're a division of Verizon. So I've spent the last 20 years at Verizon in different roles, but really excited about building a new disruptive brand kind of against the industry from within, which is quite fun. So.
Absolutely. Well, before we get started, I wanted to mention a couple things to the audience. One, as you're listening to this panel and to all of the panels today, really listen for that one nugget that is going to stand out to you. It could be one, it could be four, but listen to that one thing that you can go and apply today or tomorrow. As you're listening and taking advice and taking in these notes, it helps to have a North Star. And so really will help keep you grounded throughout this process. And I realized I didn't introduce myself. So I'm Kimberly, a senior program manager within Amazon Studios on our diversity, equity, inclusion team. And I've done a lot of stuff with launching really startups for entrepreneurs within Amazon's ecosystem. So just to get us started, we're gonna go straight to our first question is right about the pandemic. So we all know the pandemic has been difficult and challenging, if not traumatic. And there are even stats that show, people with lack of access to digital information, innovation, and technologies, it's been that much more difficult. So I do want to ask this to our panelists. What do you make of the pandemic reaction? And more specifically, how can women entrepreneurs become even more resilient during this time? Or has there been any tips or tricks that you may have to advise women during this time? And I think we'll go in reverse order. So Angie, we'll come to you first.
Okay, sure. I think for me, and how I've looked at the pandemic and the impact, fundamentally, I think we'd all align that it just probably exposed the truths out there, the continued inequities that were there already in caregiving and in income, and when trade-offs had to be made, mostly because of the lockdowns and schooling from home, family support, frankly, women were always, or all too often, at least, in the position that were the ones that had to give up. It was like a Sophie's choice kind of moment, for families. But when your income is lower, if you have to make one trade-off. And so I think those natural inequities that were already there, or unnatural more aptly, just got heightened and more exposed during the pandemic, and disproportionately then impacted women, because women disproportionately take on a lot of the home work. And so I think that was it really heightened those inequalities and those realities in an ugly way. The flip side of that, however, is that I think as we're getting back a little bit more to normal and hopefully sustain that path for some time with school and those elements in the household, the other thing that the pandemic did, in a heck of a test case, is proved that flexible work arrangements and not needing to be in the office every day is fully viable. And so I hope we are able to lean into that more, providing more opportunities for women to advance and excel, because we can expand that pool of talent that I think there was a feared trade-off before of not being in the office as much. I think there's a cultural side of still needing some human connection, and we can't lose that. So how do these hybrid environments work, and make sure that that people that are choosing to be home more often, their voices are still heard. And from an entrepreneurial perspective, I'm in a big corporation. You have to be entrepreneurial within it. We're kind of startup within that. So the other panelists are going to be probably better to speak on the entrepreneurial side. But the other thing I think is we need to understand what you want. I think there was also a lot of people that took a step back to reevaluate what was important to them and realizing kind of the chase might not have been there. And I think that's probably a good thing overall too. But we can have embrace different goals for people's lives and make sure that they don't have to completely give up their careers because it's an all or nothing kind of game. And I think that's one of the things that I've taken away in making sure that we elevate the voices and have flexible work arrangements and really have the discussions with what people want. And in a corporate environment, we need to do that, or we won't have the talent we need to move us forward.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you made some wonderful points. And I do want to open this up if there is a panelist as well who feels like maybe some advice on this area, this topic as well. Dr. Imua, do you have any thoughts?
Sure. As Angie said, of course, the pandemic really revealed, the issues to do with the digital divide and worsened them. But also, it showed us how important digital technology is and how key and critical it is to have women very much part of it, to have equal access. And especially from somebody who comes from a developing country as well, the issues to do with connectivity also are some of the issues. And I think that what we're looking at is not looking at women as a group that is finding solutions, but that this is a whole economic issue for everybody to solve. So we're looking at governments and private sector, especially the big tech companies, to work together to say, look, it's no longer all about shareholder capitalism, it's stakeholder capitalism, right? And women, whether they're in the developed countries or developing countries, need to be part of this. So some of the solutions are actually about also the role of government, tech companies, and other organizations. But having said so to women, I'll just simply say this, is that technology is no longer about a sector. Technology is not just driving, it is not just shaping, it's also driving everything that we do. And we need to make sure that we do get those digital skills, which not only will help us, but would also help us to scale our businesses faster and also more efficiently and to reach more customers.
I love what you said. Technology is no longer just about a sector. It really has expanded really beyond that. And so thank you for sharing that. And Sophia and Cleve, Cleve, it looks like you want to jump in. Yeah.
Yeah, no, I definitely agree with Dr. Amua, and it's great to be on a panel with her again. We've collaborated and she's such a wonderful champion. And I just wanted to echo what was just said, professional women were the greatest casualties of COVID, right? And that's what fueled the Great Resignation, because professional women had to take care of families, parents and children, but also reassess, their careers. So I believe that actually forced women to thinking more about entrepreneurship and how they use their expertise and the domain that they're in and their body of work, where to bring it to. So when you think about, professional women executives, the innovation economy is something that I think during COVID, they had time to explore, they had time to consider. So when we look at, entrepreneurship and this next iteration of it, it's actually going to be very interesting, especially when you look at, Verizon having a startup within it. Entrepreneurship is part of the future of work, but also the future of our economy.
Absolutely. It is here to stay. It is not going anywhere. Sophia, I would love to get your thoughts on this. And then I want to ask you a question around funding and resources. But do you have any thoughts on this?
Absolutely. So when the pandemic first broke, I moved from London to Dorset to take care of my aged mother, and there was no internet access. vast swathes of rural Britain are beyond the digital divide. And I feel that, unless this is addressed, that this is going to create a new kind of poverty affecting literacy and education rates and also income generation opportunity, not just for women, but for all Brits, basically. So I think that more needs to be done by government as well to roll out high-speed internet access to make sure that we don't have these divides happening also in the developed world. I've spent most of my life in places like Afghanistan, where, of course, it's an endemic issue as well. So on the positive side, we've seen a huge shift towards online business in the last couple of years. 5 years of growth in e-commerce was concertinaed into one year last year. So I think many of these e-commerce businesses are very suited to women who may have alternative sort of occupations such as childcare or elder care. And these are things that you can run from home when you've got time and so on. And also, if you do have high-speed internet and you can code, then you can be employed remotely. You can become a very active member of the gig economy. So women who historically may have been excluded from the workplace through, mother care, childcare, whatever, are now able to have flexible working hours and to earn a living online. And I think that's a great thing.
Yeah, absolutely. It sounds like creativity, really thinking outside the box, challenging, asking yourself, what if? And then in terms of your career and profession, and then going in pursuit of that. Thank you for that. And Sophia, I want to come back to you. During this time, we've seen lots of people get creative with how they fundraise and how they're managing resources or lack of. What's some advice that you have for female tech professionals or any founders when it comes to raising and a fund or lack of resources?
So you're right. The last couple of years has been really difficult for female founders in particular. Last year in 2021, global venture capital and private equity funding dropped to 2% from an already excruciatingly embarrassing 2.8%. And there are multiple reasons for that. One is that, there was a certain amount of trepidation about working with new managers and startups. Where there is instability, the habit of the financial market is to go towards more conservative choices. So most of the VCs that are overwhelmingly men deployed most of their capital in later rounds of companies where they were already invested rather than take on new risk. And that did apply for new fund managers too. There was a far lower appetite for risk, and also they couldn't meet you, so most VCs want to meet the founders, and that obviously wasn't possible in the early days. So the solution, if you're a female founder, I think, is to reach out to gender lens or gender smart venture capital networks or firms like Jedi. We're not registered as a fund yet, so I'm free to sort of speak about it in general terms. But we've already attracted more than 600 female founders before we've officially launched, who've reached out to us through social media, LinkedIn, and so on. And I would encourage female founders to leave no stone unturned. The flip side of all of the sort of small amount of funding that's going to women currently is that there are a plethora now of emerging female managers. And if you're a female on an investment committee, you're more than twice as likely to invest in other women. So I would say seek out female investors. And, we're an all-female GP with a rock star team of advisors and venture partners who are sourcing deals for us and helping to us evaluate them. And then eventually they'll co-invest with us or through us. And I'm very proud to say that Dr. Anino is on our board and is a fantastically positive influence. So seek out female investors. We understand that women communicate differently. We understand that women sometimes lack the confidence to ask for what they're worth. And I think you'll find us very friendly and open to speak to you.
Thank you for that advice. I mean, it's straight to the point, and thank you for those statistics as well. I hadn't heard many of those. And Dr. Nino, given that you're on the board, do you have any words of advice for female tech founders during this time when it comes to resources?
Yes, I do. First of all, the news has been quite depressing in terms of the amount of funding going to female founders during COVID. But recent data has shown that the amounts going to have increased recently in the last 1 year. So there's a much more awareness about the importance of investing in female founders, not because it's a social good, but because it actually makes business sense. What we're also seeing is the rise of female venture capitalist funds raising large amounts of money. For example, we had Katie Horn of Horn Ventures, who's just raised 1.5 billion into the metaverse. Now, whilst we might not be aware of her own strategy, but just the fact that there's a woman out there who has raised that immediately brings diversity into that field. It immediately draws attention into the field of metaverse and into the Web3, right? So these are some of the things that we're seeing really. And take it like homework. Raising money for anybody is hard work. It is something that you need to dedicate time to. And as Sophia has said, look for those funds, those investors that have a gender lens. And they're out there and they're looking for worthwhile investments.
And if I can add to that, Dr. Moore referenced Web3 and the metaverse, but another important component of Web3 are decentralized autonomous organizations called DAOs. They're a great way to fund projects as well, because we know that, as has been said, women have to look to alternative sources of funding. It's very hard for us to get traditional VC funding. But and I believe it was said that leave no stone unturned. So DAOs are a great opportunity to fund projects without some of the cumbersome or ideas or visions. And DAOs are essentially cooperatives, right? Remember back in the day, you had 50 people, everyone put in $20. You create a governance for who disperses the money. But it's a great way to actually not just build a treasury, but also, build your network, right? Your supporters, your champions, your ambassadors. So think of alternative emerging technology options like that.
And Kimberly, I would just add from a corporate America side to this too. It's not just about seeking funding for entrepreneurs, but when I think about, corporations are certainly taking more active stances and need to do even more to make sure that the partners, the agencies that they are choosing to do business with, which are a number of these entrepreneurial organizations led by women, led by people of color, there are companies that, and most of us are taking active steps to make sure that we have a diverse pool of the companies and partners and agencies we work with. And I think that's an important thing to understand and reach into those companies that are committed there. They're there and they're effectively a source of business, maybe not the funding for startups, but the funding for keeping your business going once you have started. So
that is a great point. Even at Amazon, it's really important. We push all the time, like who are our partners and our vendors, and who are we really, are we making sure we're reaching out to marginalized communities, right? And just because they're marginalized, they're doing excellent work, right? Doesn't mean anything less than. So thank you for adding that. I do want to shift topics a little bit and kind of talk about during this pandemic time, like remote work has emerged. And I'd love to learn, I'd love for all of us to learn, how has your line of work, how has that been adopted into your line of work, if it has or if it has not? Cleve, we can go straight to you for this.
Well, I work in crypto, so we were virtual before virtual became a thing, right? We actually have large companies with no headquarters. So decentralization means that we don't have to be headquartered anywhere. But because of regulation, we have had to figure out where to actually incorporate and actually reside. But for crypto, and I think for all emerging technologies, as we look at this wonky term called the fourth industrial revolution, most of these positions in crypto, in AI, in VR are virtual because we want to be able to access anyone anywhere. But because at least for crypto, it's a decentralized space. So we're doing a lot of outreach to make sure that people are not just aware of opportunities to work in crypto, but also to demystify it, right? You know, a professional who's leaving her executive position, you know, who may want to have a virtual position where they could still be creative and still grow, may not think of cryptocurrency, may not think those jobs are there. So I think the lesson for crypto is, even though we're virtual, we're innovative, you know, great salaries, a great place for professionals, people are not thinking about that as an option, as a career path, as an alternative. So it's great to talk about it in this whole concept of remote work and encourage women to think outside the box.
That's an excellent point, you know, and that's also why we're having this, right, to expose people. So thank you for bringing up that point. I do want to expand this question for the panelists in terms of how has remote work impacted like your line of work, but also how do you lead a team, right, through this time? What has that looked like for you? And Angie, we'll hop over to you, and then Sophia, then Dr. Nino.
Okay, yeah, it's an interesting one for me, and I will be transparent. That's one of our values in Invisible, that I think there's a lot of pros, and I think there's been some cons. And so we've really embraced remote work, being able to expand the talent pool and where you can hire. But there were some cons to it too, like the ability to just to function and have flexibility, and we don't need to be in the office every day, has certainly been, I think, one of the most important things. The struggle part, and the part that I think we're all kind of grappling with, which is where, you know, us at Visible, we decided to go to a more hybrid environment, but very much a remote first version of that, is, you know, there is a culture part that's harder to build. And so you have to be quite intentional about it. But we also, you know, talking to some of the younger talent, and I've said this about when I was in my 20s, which unfortunately wasn't that recent, past, but you know, when I was younger, my social life was a lot of work too. And so it's harder to replace that in that connectivity of the human side when you're completely remote, and remote becomes almost just like work is just work. So we've actually decided to do more of a hybrid environment in like 6 hubs across the US at this stage, to say we want teams to be able to go into the office if they want to have that separation of their work from home, but also to have social spaces to meet up. And it's not every day. It's not dedicated 2 days a week. It's not even that. It's probably 1 day a month minimum. But a lot of people are going in, what I find in my office here in Denver, every other day, every day, because they like the human interaction. So I think it's having choice has been an important part of what we've learned, and to provide those spaces to allow people to thrive in the way that they need to thrive. But alternatively to that, when you do have this kind of hybrid environment, you have to be hugely intentional as you lead, to make sure that the voices that are in the office and the voices that are on in a remote setting are equally heard. And we all have a role in that too, when you are remote, to make sure that even if you're not as comfortable like popping on camera and talking, you know, I always say like a well-placed question or comment in the chat sections of these meetings can actually be even more powerful than someone's live voice. So find the way to make your voice heard when you're in a remote environment, if other people are in the office and you don't happen to be there, or find the way to make sure that you continue to be present and actively engaged in every meeting. And it's because it's easy to be distracted too, and multitask, I think, even more when you're at home. So those are all the things that I'd say we've learned, and we're going to continue to evolve, and this is going to pivot as the workforce process too.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that. Sophia, do you have would love to hear from you on remote work, but also like leading a team through this time.
So for me, it has been a very interesting couple of years. I've been a remote worker now, a digital nomad for maybe nigh on 20 years. So there hasn't been a huge shift in the way I do things. But the fact that it's becoming the norm is really helpful, because it's how I like to work. And as a VC founder, traditional investors used to insist that you all work together in the same bricks and mortar office. But after 2 years of remote working, these big institutions like the European Investment Fund or the British Business Bank are seeing that virtual teams can work, you know, they can be just as effective. And that works for us particularly because we're a global network. And so remote work means that we can tap into the best in education, the best in climate action or mental health and well-being, the best expert in blockchain, AI, etc. We're not limited to working with people who happen to live an hour's drive from us. I met Anino online. I met her through LinkedIn, I think, originally, about a year or 18 months ago. And I believe that we developed quite a sort of close working relationship before we met in person. And when we met in person, which if I remember rightly was under a Christmas tree in London a few months ago, it was as if we'd known each other forever. I mean, it was just a sort of natural, fluid and fluent thing. And Anino and I have also been a part of another extraordinary group, which is linked to JEDI, Future Brilliance, my nonprofit. And we use the same network to raise and deploy $500,000 to evacuate hundreds of vulnerable Afghan women out of Afghanistan. And we did the whole thing through a WhatsApp group and Zoom calls. So I think that, it's been an extraordinarily disruptive time, but also presented incredible opportunities and different ways of doing things for the future.
Absolutely. Dr. Nino, we want to come and ask you a question. And I also want to, how have you led through this time? What does this remote work look like for you? And also any kind of encouragement that you may have for individuals, like as we're approaching time. Would love to hear from you.
Yes, well, the first thing is that it allowed me to work from home without explaining why I was working from home. So that was a good thing, the first thing. And so for my team, that was fine because, we already worked, remotely and globally without a problem. However, it did affect us in the sense of with our customers because consultancy, some clients wanted to see you face to face. So we had Zoom, but we hardly used Zoom. So that allowed, clients to migrate very quickly. So that was good. But I think one of the biggest changes that we're seeing, which is important, is this working from home to hybrid working, because working from home in many ways has actually not benefited women because they've had to work and have care responsibilities, even more care responsibilities sometimes. But we're moving from working from home to flexible working, right? And I think that is where the future will be. And because flexibility allows parents, to be able to have that time to be at home as well. And so the care responsibilities are not just shifted to one parent. So I think that is the way we should be going towards a flexible working, really.
Thank you. And I know we have about 5 minutes left. And so I would love to hear from each of you. What's some words of encouragement? There's been a lot of opportunities that have come from this time in the pandemic, lots of creative thinking. What's some final thoughts that you'd love to leave with the audience? And Angie, we'll start with you and then work our way back up, at least from my screen. So Angie.
Sure. I'm going to share something I've kind of shared a few times, and it's how I try to do my life every day. And I call it my 3 I's. And the first one is to be inquisitive, to be a student of your business, your industry, the broader world, constantly learning. Number 2 is to be intentional. And I think this is probably the hardest one, but to be really intentional with your time, your priorities, with your words. Your impact is a direct result of your intent. And number 3 is to be inspirational. It's important to be inspired for yourself and for the others around you and be someone who truly believes in what's possible for the future and reflect that energy for you and your team.
That's amazing. And Dr. Amua, any final thoughts?
Yes, final thoughts. In technology, the future is really exciting. Whilst the diversity in the emerging technologies is still low, and certainly at leadership levels, but there are so many more opportunities for women now, and I think we should grab them. And I'll just say this one example that Cleve would know is when we see what has happened in terms of the NFT drop of Women of the World recently, that having that inclusive digital asset, which is all about having women of all types represented. We've seen people and friends who have invested, who have bought NFTs, right, simply because of that. So it's rapidly becoming an inclusive space, and there are many opportunities, but we have to make that first step, and we need to learn what is it's about. And there's so much out there we can learn, we can be part of it in some form or fashion. It's creating wealth, and women need to be part of that.
Amazing. And Cleve, any final thoughts?
Yes, yes, just to build on what Dr. Moore just said, we have to look to emerging technologies as we're looking to transform entrepreneurship, the future of work, because it's blockchain, but it's also artificial intelligence, virtual reality. And then, but as we look at remote work, right, there's a lot of consideration about, is it right for the worker? How can we make sure they have a great experience? We have to remember that it's hard for supervisors too, and we have to make sure people can manage in a virtual environment, and that will actually be critical, because I know people struggle to manage teams in a remote environment. So I think we have to make sure that we're thinking more about that in terms, as we think about how do we ensure that people can work from home, how do we ensure people can manage virtually as well?
Absolutely, absolutely. And Sophia, any final thoughts? We'd love to hear from you.
Absolutely. If you care about the planet, if you care about sustainability, and you care about profit, invest in women. So not everybody has a huge amount of money to deploy. Not everybody can become an LP in a fund, but everybody has a little bit, and you can join an angel network. You can deploy small sums across a number of female founders. Female founders, once they are invested, are more sustainable, they're more profitable, and they also exit faster. In fact, last year was the 11th year in a row that female-led businesses went to IPO or sold to different corporates. And so, invest in women. We are going to change the world. We have to step up both in business, in politics, and in entrepreneurship. If the world is to have a future, look what the blokes have done to the world. We've got to step up and step forward.
Thank you. Thank you. I hope you all can join me in a virtual clap. Sophia, Clev, Angie, Dr. Amua, thank you for sharing your wisdom with us, your words of advice. We heard creative thinking, intentional outreach, be inquisitive, be intentional, be inspirational, or be inspired. Thank you so much for sharing your amazing thoughts and words with us. I think we're good we're set, and I hope that you in the audience was able to hear a few things that you can take away and really apply from this amazing panel.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kimberly.
Thank you.
Bye, everybody.
Thank you very much, Kimberly. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That was a great panel. We'll then kick off to the next panel, but then before we do so, we just take highlights of 2020 events. So let's go right in.
As a woman, I love the fact that it is so objective in terms of, it's the numbers. So always about the scoreboard. I'm selling more things. I'm being more successful, and all the black and white is very clear there in terms of your numbers.
Now, if you know me, you know about my 313, you know about my book, Ditch the Act. I'm going to take a little step in the part, sure that you know how to best position yourself as a female and also as a male for all you males out there, but this is for the ladies, how to pitch for your career.
And whether you're following along now or you plan to begin your search later, what you will do is open a new browser tab on your device. This way you have your job search tab open in one tab and your tracker sheet, we just spoke about the tracker sheet, open in Google Sheets in your second tab. This way you can go back and forth.
Catering, tutoring, financial and tutoring, financial, and many more to flourish during the pandemic, while traditional brick and mortar establishments have struggled to survive.
I want you to know, don't give up on yourself. There are people out here like all of us who want to bring in. You need to know who you are, and so we can leverage your superpowers to help benefit our company.
There is no force equal to a woman determined to rise. I am powerful, and together we are unstoppable because our girls, our global girls, are our assets.
And woman, I love the fact that it is so objective in terms of always about the scoreboard. I'm selling more things. I'm being more successful, and all the gray and the black and white is very clear there in terms of numbers.
Now, if you know me, you know about my book, Take little snippets and parts to make sure that you best position yourself as a female and also as a male out there, but this is for the ladies, how to pitch a career.
And whether you're following along now and to begin your search, what you will do is open a new browser tab on your device. This way you have your job search tab open in one tab, and your just spoke about the tracker sheet open in Google Sheets in your second tab. This way you can go back and forth.
Catering, tutoring,
All right, so hopefully everyone's enjoying the summit so far. I know many of you have seen so much already with many of our speakers. We do have our next session coming up very shortly, and just wanted to give you guys a sense of the experience of all the different speakers that will be joining us for today. As you are all aware, this is the 4th annual edition of the Her Future Summit. You already seen the first kickoff panel join us for today, where we had such an insightful panel of very powerful women discuss different aspects of like what has happened during the pandemic, how we interacted with remote work, how careers for women has transformed in terms of work-life balance, and what's happening next. So that panel was truly a remarkable experience for many who are asking questions and engaging on the chat feeds. And I do want to bring mention to some of the speakers throughout the history of Her Future Summit who've been a part of the summit and shared the thought leadership and intellect. We've had U.S. ambassadors from all over the world engage, Fortune 500 executives share their thought leadership on this series as well. And then, of course, pioneers, entrepreneurs, and stakeholders within the tech ecosystem join us for the Her Future Summit each and every year. So we're so proud of the journey that we've had at Her Future Summit. And Her Future Summit, when I originally kicked off this initiative, was really centered around how do we feature more female entrepreneurs, and more specifically, powerhouses who are really trailblazing in many ways. Never really we have thought that this platform would be a space for women to not only hear from thought leaders, but also provide solutions, innovations, and ideas to really accelerate, ecosystems and communities that empower women of all different backgrounds and facets. I want to take you down memory lane here and share with you the 2019 experience when we partnered with Google, where we kicked off with many top entrepreneurs from across New York City. At the time, we kicked off with a Her Future Accelerator program, one of the first digital career accelerator programs for women at the time. And this is where you see images of the experience. I want to take you down memory lane. I know you've seen the video right prior to the program kicking off, but just diving into the 2020 experience, I remember for 2020, we were planning a tour to 7 different cities around the world that we believe had really amazing leadership. And when the pandemic hit, literally as if overnight, we turned it into a digital experience, and we had thousands of delegates join us. And we had Sophia, the celebrity robot, actually kick off as the headline keynote at this program. And by the way, this was her first virtual keynote. So truly an inspirational edition. And of of course, sometimes, I can speak about, that experience. But let me just give you a quick video highlight of that experience in 2020.
Here we are, Her Future Summit 2020. Let's kick it off. Hope you guys are excited. Can I get a virtual clap, a virtual excitement, virtual engagement? I think everyone's feeling it right now. We're all at home. We're all engaged. We're here. We're ready. Her Future Summit 2020. Let's get started.
My name, Sophia, means wisdom. It is not a directive, but a guiding virtue. Wisdom is different from intelligence. Intelligence is knowing a tomato is a fruit. Wisdom is knowing not to put it in the fruit salad.
Well, artificial intelligence is used across all of Google's products. Many of our products have billions of users, and artificial intelligence is critical to the success of our business. On the screen, you're seeing some of our most prolific or most user-heavy applications that all use machine learning at multiple parts of the system.
And this means ensuring that women have an equal place at the table. We are all navigating an interesting time. Look for the complications and see them as opportunities. Don't allow the change to define you, and know that moments of exhaustion come with moments of replenishment, which, for some curious reason, seem to come in 7-year increments.
Economy. The gig economy is real, and people are much more entrepreneurial. And if we don't engage younger generations in new intra-entrepreneurial, innovation within our companies, they'll leave. They'll just create their own company.
So one thing we can't lose sight of is the fact that women continue to be underrepresented in the workforce of the future. In times like these, it's not time to take a step back on diversity and inclusion. It's a time to take a step forward.
We know in today's workforce that the more diverse the workforce, the better the workforce.
And we all know that when you have women in teams to create new products, the teams outperform. They create products that are better adopted in the marketplace. And of course that makes sense because women are half the consumers, if not more. They're making the purchasing decisions.
So some women, when they go through the menopause, they feel nothing but relief. They no longer have to worry about getting their periods, and they feel liberated and entering a new phase of life.
So being a mother and a lawyer or whatever profession that you're in, it doesn't have to be mutually exclusive. I believe that women can find success, and that success definition is your own. There is no success definition.
Relationships are like plants. They need care, they need to be watered. So cultivate your network.
I think it's super important to know who you are and to know how you identify. I identify myself as a daughter, a woman, a mother, a wife, an entrepreneur, a leader, mentor, athlete, a person. I think it's important to balance all of your parts so that the sum of the parts is an awesome whole.
You as an entrepreneur, as a worker, as a professional, what skills and abilities do you have right now that would be valuable to someone else?
Make sure to look at your priorities. If you're unhappy in one area versus another area, you should really think about what you can do. You should think about changing that. You should develop a plan and a roadmap to what this looks like and get yourself from A to Z.
So I would tell you, when starting a company, when becoming a parent, when being a working parent, you can't do this alone. So surround yourself with those people who are going to be able to support you.
When you're recovering, it's not the time to play superhero, okay? It's a time to rest and recover and make sure that you're taking care of yourself, getting what you need and getting what your family needs, helping each other, leveraging your support.
You know that women make up half of the world's working age population, but right now are generating about 37% of GDP. That's not because women aren't working hard. They are. They, as we know, and we've heard from multiple speakers, they aren't necessarily getting the same access of tools, resources, financing to be able to grow their businesses and accelerate within leadership positions.
For us, Passion to Profit means that there are magical instances in which our passions, the things that we love, whether that is global equality, whether you're fighting genocide, you're supporting small businesses, you're providing new solutions for moms, you're producing a product that allows people to communicate from home. Whatever that idea is, how do we take it from a passion and a purpose and build it into a scalable, sustainable business.
Women founders do get treated differently from investors. It's proven in research. It's shown that female founders get questions that are more related to skepticism about their business and the vision of their business.
Our mission and purpose is to empower entrepreneurs to be more successful and to realize their potential. This is more powerful than it's ever been. We need to sharpen our skills for tomorrow's environment, and entrepreneurial-focused education is the key. Impact and community elevates us and raises our resilience.
There you have it. Just looking at the experience there from 2020, and of course looking at the 2021 experience from last year. Again, it truly has been a journey having these phenomenal women join us for the Her Future Summit series. With that said, I'm so excited to now transition to the next session of today's event. We are currently waiting for the moderator, but just wanted to kick off the panel to provide the opportunity for our phenomenal ladies of session 2 to be able to introduce themselves. So please give me a warm welcome as we kick off in the next 30 seconds, session 2 of Her Future Summit, the corporate innovation ecosystem of the future, the opportunity for women. I have 4 dynamic ladies join me here in the next 30 seconds. So let's get the energy and questions all up and ready, because this is going to be a very worthwhile session. I'm so looking forward to inviting these ladies on the main stage right here, right now in 30 seconds. Hello and welcome, ladies. Thank you so much for joining us for Her Future Summit's 2022 edition. We're going to dive right in. And of course, I know our moderator had some preconceived questions for all of you, but just take, brief 30 seconds, introduce yourself, how you show up in this world, and we'll take it from there. We'll still have a dynamic conversation. I'll start with Dr. Raquel. Thank you for joining.
Hi, everybody. Happy to be here. I am Raquel Tatar. I'm the Senior Director of Research and Measures for a nonprofit called Healthy Minds Innovations. And this nonprofit is predicated upon bringing well-being tools and translating scientific insights into scalable products that can promote well-being across the world. I am a psychophysiologist by training and a translational scientist by trade. So that means that I am able to do scientific studies and then convert those into commercial products that are freely available for anybody in the world. And the way that I got here is I'm an immigrant, and the way that I was convinced to leave my home and come into the US was that this was an opportunity for me to do really good work that I could then help people with the insights that I'd be gathering. So that's what brought me to science. And then I really wanted to have a way of taking that out of scientific institutions and universities and making it available for everybody so that that knowledge wouldn't just stay concentrated on a few people. And that's what brought me to Healthy Minds Innovations, is really being able to translate all that I've learned and make it available for everybody.
Thank you so much. Going right over to Andrea.
Hi, everyone. Thank you so much for this great opportunity. So my name is Andrea Feigl, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Health Finance Institute. We're based in Washington, D.C. We're a nonprofit, and we have a global focus to catalyze financing for chronic diseases such as mental health, cardiovascular disease, diabetes, cancer, for underserved populations. And what really drew me to this mission, my background was as an economist. I worked with, leading universities and international organizations, but still we didn't see any translation of that economic evidence of investments in these conditions translated into action. And chronic diseases also disproportionately affect women, disproportionately affect vulnerable people. And so our organization is all about solidarity and equality in financing and access. So really excited to share a bit about the story and this wonderful panel. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Tal.
Hi, everyone.
super excited to be here. This was very inspirational. The video before this panel and the talk was amazing. Hi from Tel Aviv. I am VP Lending at Celsius Network. We are a crypto company. My journey is actually from the military defense industry, 14 years over there. And now I'm here at Celsius Crypto. And I am here because I want to bring more women to the blockchain and crypto space and the fintech area. This is my mission. This is my company mission as well. So that's why I'm here, I guess. And because you invited me.
Thank you so much. And last but not least, Jory.
Thanks, Christine. Hello, women. I'm Jory Desjardins. I'm CMO of a company called Countable. We are a community engagement platform that activates all stakeholders around social impact. And I got to Countable by way of my own company that I co-founded called Blog Her. Blog Her is an international women's community, but we had started with, as you know, 3 chicks with credit cards who wanted to change the world and help other women develop their platform. And it has since become a large media company now with She Media. I also have an obsession with democratizing technology. Once I got into blogging 15 years ago, I realized, wow, if we all had our own printing press, what else could we do in the world? And I support companies that are also trying to democratize and make new services available to other people. So I am a VC in residence at a fund called W Fund, which represents underrepresented founders and helps them to grow their companies. And I advise Web3 startups as well.
Amazing, amazing. So there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, our brief introductions. So I'm going to dive into one of the probably the key takeaway points that many of our audiences have at Her Future Summit, just opportunities that women like yourself can provide other females, whether they're entrepreneurs, corporate executives. So I'll work my way backwards this time, starting with Jory, just to ask you simply if you could share any initiatives, programs, or projects that either you or your institution is doing to empower women professionals and entrepreneurs.
So Countable focuses on many different communities. We engage all stakeholders, and the way it operates is we know communities get a lot done in the world, but you have to engage them authentically, or else it's just marketing. So we help organizations to engage and find their community, and we help to automate and activate that community behind any kind of initiative. Another one, though, that I think I would like to mention as it relates to women is a company that I worked very closely with earlier last year, actually, called Above Board. And this is a platform that helps to make roles and leadership roles, C-level and board roles, more accessible to women and underrepresented executives. There's a dirty little secret in executive recruiting, which is if you don't have the secret handshake and if an executive recruiter does not know you, then you will not have access to top roles and top companies. And many companies, of course, are singing, we are all trying to be diverse. We're all trying to bring in women and people of color and people that have not been at our company before and have leadership that reflects the population. And yet they have not really reached out appropriately to underrepresented but qualified talent. So the platform does make those roles available and helps to surface underrepresented talent to companies that are really in earnest trying to diversify their corporate leadership.
Thank you. And we'll come back to that to ask a little bit more about your journey in building this platform as well. Tal, over to you. What are you working on that women could just jump in on and be a part of?
Well, when we started Celsius over 3-4 years ago, we were actually 50, even 60% women in the company. And for unfortunately, with growing the company from 8 employees to 800, that percentage went down. So we find this as the problem in this year, and we decided we start, having more initiative to bring more women, joining our company, but also, being our customers, right? At the end of the day, we are, a crypto company that wants to bring people to, financial freedom using their crypto. So it's not always that easy to bring customers into crypto, but then women, right? We just came back from Austin, from South by conference. We had our first women hackathon. That was very exciting. Bringing women to tech and, actually development jobs in Celsius. And, also we have a lot of education programs for women and, for customers overall about crypto to make people feel more comfortable about it. But, especially us, women, when we are always checking things a little more before we're going to it, right? So, we're working very hard on education this year.
Thank you for sharing. Andra.
Yeah, so I wanted to build on what Tal has mentioned, because I think it's critical that we need to also be the change that we want to see in the world. I just love that saying, it never gets old. And as of today, 75% of our executive board is female. Actually, it so happens all our full-time staff and contractors are female as well. And 80% of our full-time employees come from diverse backgrounds. So we're a small organization, but I'm just extremely proud that we can be that, represent that change. And then in terms of the programs that we're working with, we're partnering with the Red Cross in Armenia for type 2 diabetes program. And I think it serves about 80% of the population, vulnerable population served are women. We are working with a fantastic female leader in Mexico with respect to type 1 diabetes program. So we have this, since we have this ability to be flexible and really try to focus not just on health issues for underprivileged, but also partner with those where we see strong female leadership. And two other actually opportunities. So one of our board members, senior board members, is Shelly Salis, and she runs this organization called Female Quotient. And it's a wonderful organization, and you're nodding, and you know her and of the organization. And she just does this fantastic job of not just highlighting and the importance of role models, but works with top organizations to improve on their female leadership support. And then lastly, we are also transitioning to and having this an announcement that we actually haven't made, but we will be co-investing in a startup that focuses like as part of an accelerator program. And some of our criteria will be not just that it's evidence-based, but that it has a diverse leadership. So we are trying to actively, in our way, change, but also partner with organizations that want to see that gender equality come to reality sooner rather than later.
Thank you. And Dr. Raquel.
So a lot of the things that HMI is doing is very similar to the other initiatives that we've heard here. One of the things that we are actively trying to fight against is that a lot of times the field that we're trying to adapt from like contemplative neuroscience is a very male-dominated field. And that's a lot of times it's male scientists. The studies are primarily male. The populations are very white and very homogeneous. So we're actively trying to learn more from communities that haven't had their voices really brought to the forefront of this sphere, to learn what well-being actually means for those communities and what they actually need from us and the products that we're creating. And the difficulty that we have is that a lot of times funding agencies don't give you the money that you need to do that long startup work to build relationships with those communities, because you're not going to have a return on that investment right away. It's going to be a year or so down the line before you even begin the work of exploring what well-being means to them, because you have to take the time to develop the trust with those communities. So what we're doing right now is trying to be creative with our different funding sources to allow ourselves the ability to build trust and relationships with these communities, and really depending on some of our community partners and exploring some of these deeper relationships, so that we can trust that our products are things that everybody in the world can actually use, and not just something that rich white males in the US are benefiting from. That's not the business that I'm interested in building. And then for our employees, the pandemic did have some benefits that allowed us to be a little bit more flexible. So we're able to, because we're all virtual still, we can hire anywhere in the US, so that allows us to be a lot more flexible with who we bring onto our team. So we're expanding the voices that we have internally. And my team, the science team, ended up being all women, all with small kids at home, which comes with its own set of challenges. And really what I try to promote in my team and in all of the other teams is that we have to invest in trust first. If we trust our employees, they'll get the work done. They might do it at 2 a.m. because they have a sick 3-year-old at home. That's fine. Trust your employees and you'll never go wrong. So that's the #1 initiative that we are really focusing on for HMI.
Well said, well said. And I wanted to continue building on this, right? Where each of you have shared initiatives that you are either internally working on and opportunities that women could jump on in terms of what you're working. But let's go a little bit beyond. If you've heard of any initiatives or programs outside of your organization that women could tap into. I know at Her Future Summit every year, we list out close to 100 organizations that are empowering women. Just on this panel alone, we heard female coaching. Of course, Jory mentioned the infamous, the Blog Her platform, now what she knows media. And so would love to hear if any initiative that inspires you, any program or initiative that women on this call could jump on. And I'll start, and I'll mix it up a little bit. I'll start with Tal.
Sure. First, Andrea spoke about Shelly. Shelly is amazing. We were just in South by with her and her team. Just incredible work over there. I can only suggest, when it comes to crypto and blockchain, it sounds very hardcore. It sounds very hard to understand, but it's actually not that hard. And therefore, there's a lot of crypto education online. Celsius is doing a lot of this. I would suggest anyone who wants to get some crypto education to reach out to us, to Celsius, to myself as well, free on LinkedIn. And we would love to help and, help you grow into the fintech companies and learn about the new fintech areas. Crypto is one of the most emerging industries these days. So I can't tell you of one specific place, but I can tell you that if you want to go into fintech, if you want to go into crypto and blockchain, you definitely can come to us and ask us for your, to advise, and would love to help. Me specifically would love to help.
Thank you for sharing. Dr. Raquel.
Well, I think one of the biggest things that the female community can really do for each other is invest in these kind of networking events. Like Jory was saying, a lot of times you have to know the right people and know the right handshake, and that's impossible to know. You'll never learn that in school. There will never be an online blog telling you how to do this. It takes these kind of connections. So I think having these kinds of events like the Future Summit or Female Quotient, and really reaching out and building these relationships with each other to strengthen ourselves as a community of women is really critical.
Mm-hmm. Jory, any initiatives that you're aware of?
Well, yes, I did mention Above Board, which is the executive recruiting platform, and it actively introduces female executives to corporates. The other one is one that I also had mentioned, the W Fund, which is focused on female founders and surfacing not just female founders, underrepresented founders. And interestingly, I think another way that it helps female founders is think about founders who are over 40. There is this playbook, young male founders who get funded. And if, you've had this long, illustrious career and then realize like, wow, I'd like to bring that expertise into a startup, you actually have been almost penalized by the venture capital world because you are over 40 years old. So thinking about not just from a gender perspective, but from an age perspective, the W Fund is well aware of these biases in the industry and is seeking to turn that around and support not just new founders, but experienced executives.
Amazing. And Andrea?
Yeah, so in our field, which is focused on international development and impact finance, there's a couple of initiatives that have caught our eyes, and one is called EDGE, Economic Dividends for Gender Equality. Then there's the Gender Equality Mainstreaming Framework, and then the Women's World Banking, WWB, Gender Assessment Methodologies. And these are all sort of like higher level systematic approaches to ensure that women, especially in lower income settings, have access to capital. There's also the Women's World Banking Capital Partners Fund, which provides over $100 million in blended finance opportunities. And another one recently established by Goldman Sachs and IFC was the Women Entrepreneurs Opportunity Facility, which was also a first of its kind partnership to provide $1 billion for investments in women entrepreneurs in emerging markets. And now these are very high level and specific opportunities. And I just want to, since I'm having the mic right now, I also wanted to share a very quick anecdote. So when we were fundraising for the very first time for a big seed funding, it was a Surabhi, a female co-founder, and myself. And we had 2 male advisors, and they constantly had to basically point the focus back on us in these fundraising meetings. So I just want to say, like, you don't just have to find female allies. I think also find allies that believe in you as a young or older female founder. And because that is also a huge component in ensuring that you have allies, both female and male, who can say this is the person you need to invest in, or this is the leadership that we see in this founding team. And I think that's just as important as these systematic opportunities as well.
Well said. So with that, I think I wanted to end on a more personal note. And ladies and gentlemen, we're giving this on the spot here because your bios, each and every one of you are trailblazers. You're doing dynamic work in the industries that you serve. I wanted to ask you each a personal question. If you could tell yourself one word of advice, your younger self, younger self, what would it be and why? And I'll start with Jory.
Oh boy. Well, if I was talking to my younger self, I think that there is a lot of pressure, particularly on women, to go, 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 and outperform, because we have to if we're going to be seen. At least that's how we see it, right? And I feel like I probably expended way too much energy in the early days, because a lot of what I have come to call on later on in my career is wisdom that was developed over time, and that you cannot work. You just have to, it's time and wisdom. So I don't know if I would have listened to myself if I said, hey, take it easy. I don't think I would have. But I do think that maybe not be so hard on myself.
Well said. Jumping over to Dr. Raquel.
Yeah, that's a tough question. I think what I would say, and I think similar to Jory, I would have a hard time listening to myself, but hopefully someone here will. Especially as women and those of us who are also immigrants, we feel like we can't fail. We hear so often that women don't get a second chance to fail. Men get to fail all the time, but women get that one chance and that's it. And especially in any kind of innovative field, or if you're trying to make a mark and do something different, you have to fight for your right to fail. It is okay to make mistakes. You will only discover and do something new if you fail 90 times before that. And you have to create a space for yourself personally and in your career and your environment to take those risks and to fail. And then there are steps that you can do, there are concrete things that you can do, but it really starts with your own personal comfort with failure. And that is okay. It's how we learn, but it's a hard lesson.
Thank you for that. Andrea?
Yeah, what came to mind with this very difficult question is, I think that my advice would be, trust your inner voice. And trust the quality of your own work. I think there's so much of second guessing. Am I good enough? Is this really me? And that expends energy. So I think that don't be too subjective, but look at least objectively at what you can offer. And if that little voice tells you to try an opportunity, trust that voice.
Tal?
I think I'm taking a little bit from Andrea here, even though I would probably need everyone's to take what everyone said and listen when I was younger. But I think I see it in a lot of women, and I unfortunately had this for a long time, is, fighting that imposter syndrome, believing sometimes you're good at what you're doing, but then you're starting to debate sometimes. So, fight it off. You do what you do it great. Trust in yourself and rank yourself higher You know, if you're going to a job interview, you can ask for more money. You're good at what you're doing. They brought you so far. When you sit in front of, you know, a lot of men in one table telling you you're wrong, trust your instincts. If you think you're right, you might be right here. You know, push for what you believe in and believe that you're really good at what you're doing. So I guess this is it. Just believe in yourself.
No, thank you for that. And the beauty in your responses, the common denominator across all of them is that trusting that inner self, right? That introspection, because to many of your points, you know, we don't do enough of trusting our inner gut. It wasn't all about skills and strategy. It was more personal. So thank you for having that vulnerability of sharing that insight to the audience. With that, I know we're going to conclude this panel. So I'm going to give each of you guys a quick 5 seconds closing remarks, takeaway for the women at Her Future Summit this year. So starting with Jory.
Always starting with me. I'm glad to, at the end of the day, it feels great being around more women again. So thank you for the opportunity, and hope to see you at Countable.com. And we also have a sister site called Causes, which is where you can get together with other like-minded people and create coalitions and learn about more in civic society.
Thank you. Tal?
Well, I would just love to meet more women, more professional women. Reach out. I would love to hear from you. I would love to learn, but also help if I can, especially in the crypto and fintech space. So thank you for this opportunity. This was very, very fun.
Anja?
Yeah, thank you so much. And if anyone who listens in is interested in joining our huge cause, we need more people to help fund and fight for funding for underserved communities and chronic diseases, and also just a challenge to turn it around. You know, I think everyone is at least sometimes in a position of power to empower other women and other underrepresented leaders. So what can you do? What is in your power to change the world to be a more equal place?
Dr. Raquel.
Well, as we are all going through our careers and rising through the ranks, to always remember that trust and kindness will serve you every single day of your career. And that is something that you can infuse in all of your interactions and all of your relationship with your employees and your clients and your higher ups. It'll never fail you. And you should always just keep those as your back pocket.
Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the wonderful ladies of the second panel sharing their insights. Thank you so much again for joining us for Her Future Summit. We looking forward to staying in touch with you, hopefully for next year and, of course, beyond. Thank you so much, ladies. It was an honor to have each and every one of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye-bye. All right. So as we engage on the next series of session for today, hopefully you all heard some of the insights shared. I mean, we had the wonderful Jory, Raquel, Andra, and Tal join us for a session 2, the corporate innovation ecosystem of the future, the opportunity for women. Hopefully you're inspired, you're excited, and you learned from the insights from these dynamic powerhouses. So we're going to dive into the next speaker. A keynote is going to be joining us. We're going to introduce her right next. We're going to dive right in. So let's get the 30-second countdown and welcome her to the stage right after this video. So see you on the other side.
And as a woman, I love the fact that it is so objective in terms of, it's the numbers. So always about the scoreboard. I'm selling more things. I'm being more successful. And all the gray and the black and white is very clear there in terms of your numbers.
Now, if you know me, you know about my 313, you know about my book, Ditch the Act. And today I'm going to take little snippets and parts to make sure that you know how to best position yourself as a female and also as a male for all you males out there, but this is for the ladies, how to pitch for your career.
And whether you're following along now or you plan to begin your search later, what you will do is open a new browser tab on your device. This way you have your job search tab open in one tab and your tracker sheet, we just spoke about the tracker sheet, open in Google Sheets in your second tab. This way you can go back and forth.
Catering, tutoring, financial, and many more to flourish during the pandemic, while traditional brick and mortar establishments have struggled to survive.
I want you to know, don't give up on yourself. There are people out here like all of us who want to bring you in. We just need to know who you are, and so we can leverage your superpowers to help benefit our company.
There is no force equal to a woman determined to rise. I am powerful, and together we are unstoppable because our girls, our global girls, are our assets.
Wow. Sometimes I get really emotional just hearing the remarks from some of our women. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, hope you're excited for our next dynamic speaker who will be keynoting here at Her Future Summit. The wonderful Karen Valentina Clopton, Chair of SF Human Rights Commission and General Counsel and VP at Access Inclusion, will be joining us next. Let's get the 30-second countdown and get ready for this dynamic powerhouse. Hello and welcome, Karen. It's an honor to have you here. I'll pass the mic over to you. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me. I'll begin at the beginning. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded ancestral home of the Ramaytush Ohlone, who are the original inhabitants of the San Francisco Peninsula. As the indigenous stewards of this land, and in accordance with their traditions, the Ramaytush Ohlone have never ceded, lost, nor forgotten their responsibilities as the caretakers of this place, as well as for all peoples who reside in their traditional territory. As guests, we recognize that we benefit from living and working on their traditional homeland. We wish to pay our respects by acknowledging the ancestors, elders, and relatives of the Ramaytush community, and by affirming their sovereign rights as First Peoples. And with that acknowledgement, I move to really the topic of the day. And that really is about gender equality, opportunity, and empowerment. The gender pay gap occurs in all countries. So it is absolutely a global concern. When we're looking at the gender pay gap, why is it relevant? Because it can prevent women from achieving economic independence and security. And women are drivers in all of our communities worldwide. The United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 5 calls on all countries to achieve gender equality and the empowerment of all women and girls, including in the economic sphere. What can we do? I am often asked, what actions can we take? What actions are the most impactful? Absolutely, promoting women into leadership positions, preparing women to serve in leadership positions is important. But we also must influence our laws. We must draft our laws. We must become lawmakers and decision makers, and we must influence those who are elected in our respective countries. We also have to promote STEM education and income transparency. Often we think of ourselves as individuals experiencing difficulties in employment or in healthcare, but really, these are universal concerns, and we have to work together. It's not an individual problem. It's not simply that men are earning more and that women should earn the same. The gender pay gap occurs worldwide and in nearly all industries, including and perhaps especially tech. The bro culture is famous for excluding. And when we exclude, we make a mistake because we're not getting the best input, the best data, or the best ideas. We are excluding half of our population, half of our brain power, half of our resources. The gender pay gap is worldwide, and according to the World Economic Forum, it's a problem for all of us. Now, globally, women earn on average just 68% of what men are paid for the same work, and just 40% on average in countries with the least gender parity. At this current state of progress, it'll take an estimated 257 years to close the gap and achieve pay equity worldwide. What can we do about this? How can we overcome the catastrophe of our worldwide pandemic, which has made things worse by disproportionately impacting women in all economic spheres? In fact, research suggests that the gender pay gap will widen by 5% because of the pandemic. One of the initiatives that I wish our country had ratified, and we are all working to make sure that that happens, is the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW. It's a landmark international agreement that affirms principles of fundamental human rights and equality for women around the world. 187 countries have ratified the treaty. Only 7 have not. And that number includes the United States, Iran, Somalia, Sudan, South Sudan, and 2 small Pacific Island nations, Palau and Tonga. We need to ratify the CEDAW in the United States. There are over 189 organizations representing millions of Americans who support the United States ratification of CEDAW. Again, providing opportunities for women and girls to learn, earn, and participate in public decision-making helps reduce violence, alleviate poverty, build democracies, and strengthen economies. In countries that have ratified CEDAW, women have partnered with their governments to engage in a national dialogue about the status of women and girls, and as a result have changed laws and policies to create greater safety and opportunity for women and their families. Earlier, we heard about various organizations that can help us as women, as part of the human family, to excel, to succeed, to manifest self-determination. I wish to include how women lead in that recommendation. How women lead, how women give, how women invest are excellent resources for all of us. In addition, traditional American organizations like the League of Women Voters, as well as the United Nations Association supporting the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, is pivotal to our success in moving this needle from gender disparity to gender parity and equality. I hope that all of you, when you are in a position of leadership, that you bring other women with you, that you mentor, and that you treat with compassion and empathy all women with whom you work, with whom you serve, because only by helping all of us will we succeed. We are not one unless we work as one. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those remarks, Karen. It was truly an honor to hear you. And of course, keep doing the work that you do. We all admire the work that you do. Thank you so much. It was a pleasure to have you.
Thank you.
Wow. Again, sometimes I really just truly get goosebumps just hearing the work that our speakers are doing around the world, especially right here at home in the United States. So with that, hopefully you take some time to digest this. I know there were a lot of comments and feedback on the chat feed. We transition to the next speaker, but hopefully that inspires you all to really take cause and really put yourself out there for the causes that matter to you, because we truly can make a difference, as many of you are aware. So thank you again, Karen Clopton. It was an honor to have her. And with that, looking forward to engaging her in the future. So next, we will be having our next headline speaker join us. Let's take a look at Ambassador Michael Koleshenki, the U.S. Ambassador to Mongolia, will be sharing his remarks, followed by our next panel session. So without further ado, let's take some remarks from our U.S. Ambassador.
Greetings from my home in Ulaanbaatar, Mongolia, and thank you. I feel really honored to be part of this truly global event and to be among so many distinguished participants who are all focused on the broad goals of women's advancement and women's entrepreneurship. I've loved my diplomatic career, loved being an American diplomat, and loved being in public service. As a diplomat for the United States, I think it's probably true of any country's diplomats, one of the great joys is seeing history play out at firsthand. I've certainly felt that way, serving in Washington and abroad in places such as Russia, the Philippines, Kazakhstan, Geneva, Iraq, to name a few. As diplomats, of course, we're not just seeing, not just passively observing history, but often contributing to it in ways sometimes small and sometimes large. As the U.S. Ambassador to Mongolia, I certainly like to think I'm contributing in some substantial ways to a relationship that really matters for both countries. My government and my embassy are helping Mongolia and Mongolians maintain their hard-earned democracy, their rights to live freely, to pursue their religious beliefs, and to express themselves on social media without censorship, to name a few. And we're helping Mongolia retain the sovereignty that its people value so much in a country, by which I mean that it's fully surrounded by its two giant neighbors, Russia and China. Whenever we do that, whenever we help, it gives me a real charge because I get an enormous amount of satisfaction from contributing to the betterment of the world. Often we diplomats contribute to addressing and solving immediate problems or crises, and of course this is tremendously satisfying. Simultaneously, though, we're working on addressing systemic challenges, gender equality, and advancing the role of women in business and political life, and in so many other realms, are certainly among these. Those goals are something that I intellectually believe in, of course, but they're also something that has been reinforced in me when, in my assignments abroad, I've met impressive women who truly have contributed to something major. And they've been reinforced in me no less when I've met women who have harbored great ideas but who could not implement them because of some element of their country's system or society that holds back women's initiatives. Whether it's because of a glass ceiling at the highest levels of their governments or corporations, or social biases pressuring women to take care of the entire household, which in effect means giving them a second unpaid job, such examples of hindrances to progress have made clear the importance of contributing to the advancement of women. Change can occur on its own, driven by shifting attitudes and social pressures and even economic necessities. But the pace of change also depends on having strong leadership and excellent organizational structures that push to make those advances. Her future summit is a great example, with the forum being an engine of leadership and the organization of it to bring together so many elements in order to hold a successful summit being no less important. And for that, I congratulate you. But I'm proud that the United States also offers an example of both leadership and organization in so many ways. Gender equality and the advancement of women and girls have long been high priorities of my government. US government officials, from our presidents on down, have long been playing leadership roles. Since 1995, the US Department of State, where I work, has offered an example of an important organizational structure. That is, we've had a specific office dedicated to spearheading my government's efforts to promote those values abroad. It's called the Secretary's Office of Global Women's Issues. It's headed by an ambassador at large, and it has played an invaluable role promoting the rights and empowerment of women and girls. Of course, we have not always gotten it right, both in the United States and more specifically in the Department of State. But the progress we've made makes me hopeful that we are on the right track and can continue to improve. The bulk of our jobs as diplomats is to foster positive change abroad, and much of this work lies with our embassies and consulates. That's one reason I love working at U.S. missions abroad like I am now. Let me describe the ways that the U.S. Embassy in Mongolia, which I now lead, does so, because I think it offers an instructive case study. Leadership is something really important, and I take it very seriously, of course. That's why I take every opportunity to stress, both within our embassy and outside, just how much of a priority gender equality and supporting women's entrepreneurship is to me and to my colleagues. Internally, the Department of State has not gotten everything right as far as gender equality is concerned, far from it, but leadership requires acknowledging and fixing mistakes. This includes centering and addressing diversity and inclusion issues, which is why I'm really thrilled that my colleagues recently organized a Diversity and Inclusion Council for the embassy. That council brings together American and local staff members from our embassy to find new ways to raise consciousness and find creative ways to advance our goals. I love the fact that we Americans and our Mongolian colleagues at the embassy work so well together. You might say we're feeding off one another, learning from one another, and the results are some creative ideas that only this kind of collaboration can really generate. Externally, outside the embassy, my colleagues and I take every opportunity to attend conferences and workshops and other events to manifest to Mongolians our support. That's really meant to show both leadership and support to those in Mongolia pursuing these aims. In fact, in the last few weeks, my colleagues and I have attended a Forbes magazine event celebrating the accomplishments of women in business, and a Mongolian Women in Tech Forum at which young women up and coming in the IT world have shared their experiences, shown their accomplishments, including some very cool new apps, and planned for the future. We're not just showing support for the efforts of others, of course, but also leading the way. with our own US government programs. We're happy to implement the Empowering Women in Tech workshop and speaker series later this year to connect American and Mongolian women entrepreneurs to train, provide guidance, and share challenges as well as opportunities that they both face. We also look forward to using a speaker series to inspire girls and young women to pursue academics and careers in the science, technology, engineering, and math, that is the so-called STEM fields. The embassy also supports Mongolian entrepreneurs, male as well as female, through classes at our makerspaces in our American corners, which are located in various of this country's cities. Our makerspaces are open to visitors of all ages, but it's interesting that the majority are female students and entrepreneurs who attend trainings on things like coding, redesign, and animation. The fact that we continued these classes virtually, even during the pandemic, is something that we're proud of. Our government has a wealth of other programs to foster our broad gender equality goals, and our embassy has worked hard to ensure they're successful in Mongolia as well. The United States Agency for International Development, which is widely known throughout the world as USAID, has an effective program in Mongolia, for instance, to encourage women, as well as young people, to become more active in the political process, a realm in which both of those groups have been historically underrepresented. In the entrepreneurship realm, USAID also has a terrific program in Mongolia to support small and medium enterprises, and women are among the program's main targets of support. As many of you no doubt know, exchanges are an important instrument for advancing goals such as women's empowerment. We in the US government, including very definitely our embassy in Mongolia, are using these to great effect. We're implementing an exchange program called Tech Girls for the first time here in Mongolia this year. The program includes 8 months of mentoring and a 27-day experience in the US that connects and supports the next generation of women leaders in those same STEM fields that I talked about by providing them access and opportunities to advance their skills and pursue their dreams. This year, 3 young Mongolian female students will participate in the core program, travel to the US for job shadowing at a tech company, and gain community service experiences as well as homestay experiences. We also have a terrific exchange program through the Study of the US Institutes, it's called SUSIs, for young women leaders. These are intensive 6-week summer academic programs that provide undergraduate female students with a deeper understanding of the United States while simultaneously enhancing their leadership skills. The program provides young women opportunities to discuss with their international peers current US and global women's issues like progress and opportunities for women's leadership, combating violence against women, addressing income disparity, and other challenges to women in the workplace, things like women's health issues, and the ways in which women can contribute to global peace, security, and stability. The program has been running in Mongolia since 2013, and we're very proud of it as well. Well, I focused here on some of our programs of the embassy, but diplomacy involves much more than that as well. In the case of our embassy, we're regularly discussing women's issues with the Mongolian government, with officials, with international organizations like the UN here in Mongolia, business groups, civil society, and many, many others. This is, of course, just a microcosm of what's going on globally, which is why I've cast it as a kind of case study here. I see these efforts as helping create the conditions to make it easier for women entrepreneurs to thrive and giving them growing amounts of skills to do so. It's a really exciting process with what I consider a very positive momentum. And that's why I'm excited that my embassy colleagues and I are part of it. So I wish all of you, I wish all of us success in this effort. And I again, thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. Thank you so much.
There you have it, some remarks from the wonderful Ambassador Michael Kalashi, the U.S. Ambassador to Mongolia. Such a pleasure to have him. So with that, let's dive right into our next session. We're going to have the wonderful session 3, the investment ecosystem of the future, philanthropy leaders, accelerator managers, and investor fund managers. Talk about opportunities that women can dive into right here, right now at Her Future Summit. So let's get the 30-second countdown ready, and we're going to welcome our moderator, Neha Mita, who's going to kick off this session.
Hi, everyone. Good morning, good afternoon. It's a pleasure to be here. Thank you, Christine, for the warm welcome. Very delighted to be here today. It was great to hear from the US Ambassador on some of the issues that we are battling with right now worldwide. And it's great to hear what's happening in Mongolia. I'm right now dialing in from India, but I have a wide experience of running fintech advisory business in Southeast Asia. And today, while we talk about the investment scenario and how it really works in the startup space, and especially for women, I wanted to start the session by talking about two personal experiences. I've done some field work in Bangladesh, and more often than not, I realize that a lot of women are far more empowered than men. And when we talk about women facing gender, digital, or financial divide, women being much smarter, they tend to downplay the achievements just to make their husband or the father or the brother just for them to be happy, to make them feel that they are the real heroes of the house and they're the ones who call the shots. So I realized that most often we downplay, and this is the reason that only 2% of the VC funding goes to women. And when women go out pitching their business ideas, they usually ask much lesser for funding compared to the male counterparts. And since I mentioned I'm in India right now, we have around 140 unicorns in the country. And out of those 140 unicorns, only we have 5 female founders. So there you go. The numbers are not in our favor, but we have a great panel today. Some really amazing women who are working in this space, supporting women entrepreneurs. So without further ado, if I could get my panelists to talk about their background very briefly and also put a spotlight on how being an advocate for diversity has impacted them or their professional life. So if I could just start with my panelists, maybe I can start with Neha.
Yeah, thank you, Neha. Yeah, I guess I'm an investor, doctor by background, but then did a whole bunch of stuff in between, startup and then a venture capital fund, and now at an investment firm based out of Switzerland, investing in life sciences and health. Yeah, I mean, I have so many comments to make, but that's just sort of a quick summary of my journey, and then hopefully look forward to answering the questions as we go on.
Thank you, Neha. Over to you, Claudia.
Hi, I am really happy to be here. I am a social entrepreneur. I've been working and being a social entrepreneur for, I think, that my entire life, particularly working for global systems, the United Nations, UNICEF, the UN Refugee Agency, the World Economic Forum, the Global Fund to fight AIDS, tuberculosis, and malaria, you name it. Like pretty much same wine, different bottle, trying to provide social change by aggregating the efforts of many people to achieve ambitious goals. I moved to America 7 years ago, and I realized that I was part of the minority within the minority. I'm a Latina, and even though the numbers in America are massive of what this community gives, 19% of the population, where only 1% of VC funds or investment comes to Latinos. So I started working, set up a couple of foundations to advance Latinos, but also started working towards providing capital to Latinos. So I have Hispanic Star Ventures providing funds, and also trying to advance Latinos by connecting them in networks so that we can advance the country as well.
Thank you. Wonderful. Mina?
Hi, everyone. It's a pleasure to join. It's a pleasure to join you all. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great. Fab. I'm a partner at McKinsey & Company, and I I work on cutting edge technologies in my day job, but in my side job, and something that gives me great pleasure, I lead our efforts on recruiting, retaining, and advancing women in the US. So very happy to speak with you all. And in terms of investments, other than my own investments, I advise a lot of funds on their investment strategy and also finding diverse founders to invest in.
Wonderful. Last but not the least,
Hi, pleasure to be here. Hopefully you're able to hear me. I am wonderful. I'm a political economist by training. My work now, I run a small task force of really remarkable women focused on climate resilience, political, economic, and sociocultural strategy to drive climate resilience and carbon market futures called Galvanized Partners, and a public benefit corporation focused on synthetic biology and really radical science for living systems carbon sequestration. So my work is in the climate space broadly. And to the latter part of your question, I love to work with women for a variety of reasons. I find that to be a dynamic, empowering way to move forward in the complex, multidisciplinary fields we work in. But also I work in environmental justice. So a lot of the things that we invest in, the work that we drive forward, it is very possible to deliver inequitable outcomes for rural or disadvantaged communities if not done wisely and well. And so we look a lot at the future of carbon markets and environmental justice and equitable outcomes for diverse and underprivileged communities.
super. Thank you. So it looks like we have a very diverse panel bringing in the expertise from different walks of life. And while we were listening to the US ambassador, I realized that it's about walking the talk. And you're doing some amazing work, and I think your portfolio is very diverse in terms of the projects that you run. But if I were to ask you to pick just one project which has got just managed to bring a lot of impact to the society and the community, and if you can briefly touch upon how that project started and the kind of impact you have created, I think our audience would love to hear how your journey has been running one of those projects. So whoever is comfortable going next can unmute and share their journey.
I mean, I'm happy to start. As I said, I moved to America 7 years ago after 25 years of living in Europe. I am Mexican, Swiss, and when I moved, that was the first time in my life that I heard that I was a Hispanic. I lived my entire life as a happy Mexican. I never heard that term in my life. And I was like, what is this story? Who invented that word? And everyone here seems to be drinking the Kool-Aid and thinking that, yeah, Hispanics. I was like, what is that? And so what I realized being a marketer is that the data is gigantic for these Hispanics, but the reality is very small. And the numbers are big, but we ourselves, we think very small about ourselves. And so it was like a reverse marketing problem. So I was working for the Secretary General of the Executive Office, launching the Sustainable Development Goals. And I was like, we need something like that for Latinos so that we can have a master plan, so that we can advance, because pretty much Latinos are 12% of the GDP of this country, are $1.9 trillion in purchasing power. So there's no way that as a company, anyone can hire or sell without Latinos. There's no way a politician can win without Latinos, but we're invisible. So like the idea was actually taking the understanding that there were a number of really incredible individual efforts out there, but they were not joined in a collective platform or for generating systemic change. So what I started doing was understanding, trying to understand what were the issues, what were the outcomes that we wanted to bring, and what were the actions that we could bring that someone else was not bringing, and that what we could be doing. And so it was all about unification and aggregating. So right now, 3 years after, we're working with 280 companies of the Fortune 500. We work with 95% of all the Latino organizations that are working on, different issues. We have 30 Hispanic Star hubs all across the country, and a number of instruments that allow for a win-win-win for companies to become, a force for good and force for growth, but at the same time trying to inject opportunities, access, but also wealth to Latinos. So we have the Hispanic Promise, which is a corporate pledge to hire, promote, retain, and celebrate Latinos in the corporate environment, and that's really essential because there's a talent war in this country, and I suppose everywhere else in the world, of hiring Latinos. So companies need to understand how to make their environments inclusive and how to attract Latinos and others. We have a program like the Hispanic Promise Workforce Initiative, trying to get 1 million jobs, create 1 million jobs in the next 10 years for Latinos. We have a Hispanic Star Fund, which is, like a war chest, if you want, of bringing $1 billion in the next 10 years for Latino organizations, so that, whatever the need is, we just have to, we have the data, if you want to understand who can implement those programs at the work level. And then, as I mentioned before, we have, we have an arm that is ventures, that is investing in Latinos entrepreneurs. Action is a $20 million fund that ideally will grow very quickly to 100 million, acting as a friends and family, because Latinos don't have the luxury of having friends and family that can give you the seed and pre-seed. So we're asking in that area, particularly looking at innovation that corporations can then afterwards absorb. So I think that my journey started by, feeling invisible. Feeling that my community, my daughter was not going to make the salary, was not going to get the investment, was not going to get the chance, only because she belonged to a group that was absolutely misunderstood, underrepresented, and absolutely undervalued. And so it was like looking at the data, understanding where we could play a role, and now really excited actually to see how, in a way, the diversity and inclusion revolution is becoming what sustainability was 20 years ago, that if you don't have it, you're probably going to be out of business very soon.
Wonderful. So I'm sure in the near future, we're going to see a big change, women being visible and heard. Thanks for the work that you're doing. So Neha, can you talk about your pet project?
Yeah, sure. I mean, mine has definitely been a crossover between my professional work and the pet project. So I'm part of one of the I guess forum members or executive forum members for Health Investor Exchange as part of UNAIDS. And this was really to bring about equity in transfer of healthcare from what we've termed global north to global south. So a lot of technologies are focused on US and Europe, and we were seeing that there was huge access and equity to global south. So by that we mean, some parts of India, Indonesia, Africa, all these areas. And then within that, there's of course the gender disparity, which has just been there and has existed for a while. So we've brought together stakeholders from multiple backgrounds of investors, policymakers, heads of state, leaders in sort of healthcare institutions, about how we can bring some of these technologies to answer the problems that are being faced by Global South, because actually the largest impact can be had there, even though the technology perhaps is created and developed in developed, if that's what you want to call them, countries. And so that's been huge, because we've had people from so many backgrounds, so many diverse ethnicities, gender, countries, socioeconomic status, all come together. And actually the problems are the same, but it's just having a conversation about what is needed and how to get it. So for example, one of the companies, it sort of does surgical training or training of surgeons remotely. So how can surgeons, say in Europe, train surgeons in Africa without really having to spend too much capital expense, and even perhaps just say whether surgery is even needed. And they've now deployed in sort of remote areas of Africa. And interestingly, the people that have benefited the most are the women, because they're often the ones that go last to see a doctor, right? They're like, I can cope, I need to take care of my child, I need to take care of the home. And they don't go to places. But actually, I'm sure you'll know that if, a woman takes care of her health, and usually other things flourish as a result. So just seeing just the impact of bringing people from diverse backgrounds, whether it be gender, ethnicity, country, whatever it is, talk about the problems they're having. I think we have found that the problems are very similar. We just need to share the access, and that's a big problem. I say it like it's an easy problem to solve, but it's a huge issue. And so I think just communication, access to innovation, access to technologies for us from an investment perspective, and getting them into places where we wouldn't otherwise think about, has been a huge impact for us.
Thank you. And I think you made some very relevant points, because I have myself seen when you try to use technology as a force of good, of course, there's a huge potential, but then you also have to look at affordability, accessibility, like you spoke about, and also creating awareness. So if there's no awareness, it's kind of very difficult to get the ball rolling. And I think, TL, the kind of work that you're doing in the climate space is very interesting. And I was reading some report which goes on to say that women are left behind when we talk about climate dialogues. And we are yet to see a kind of a level playing field for women and youth, especially from the developing markets in the ASEAN region or South Asia. But I will wait to hear from you what you have to say as your views on this.
Thank you so much, Neha. And it's just fascinating to hear about the work of all of the other panelists as well. So thank you. Yes. Yes. I think climate in particular, for me, has felt like a place where women are sparse in the leadership roles for funds, for corporations, for the driving of technology advancements. I'll give kind of a specific example to your initial question, which actually relates to Indigenous communities. But on the women's leadership piece, and I imagine this may be similarly felt across all of us, I find that it certainly in the climate sector, but perhaps across the board, leading sort of big thinking ideas where you are really trying to change a system, women are more often asked what could go wrong, and men are more often asked what could go right. And so to be prepared in that moment for a real ability to lean in to the gender disparity and what it is that you think is needed in the space, in the system you're trying to change, without just talking about what could go wrong, is just a learning that I think I've seen in the last few years, as an aside. To answer the specific thing, in our recent work chairing a committee for the state of California focused on environmental justice in development of climate tech for wildfire mitigation, we discovered that some of the dirtiest energies, so to speak, are used in native corporations, native landscapes and governments, not because of any desire to be using diesel to power large facilities, but rather lack of access in rural regions to clean energy. And so a disproportionate and negative environmental outcome, which leads, of course, to health outcomes. So we really advocated for the opportunity to hold a commensurate group focused on equity and development and rural climate technology development that would deliver outcomes specifically for these more remote, less connected communities. And that, frankly, wasn't even a part of the initial plan. So at this point, it's interesting and exciting to see that the focus on equity and development for rural clean tech, for climate energy and climate technologies that specifically serve communities not in highly aggregated populations, is increasingly becoming a piece of many people's story about what is possible and also what is critical. And that has led us to look specifically and work specifically with Indigenous corporations and governments in development of living systems carbon removal technologies, because the reality is they also have a propensity for looking at a very progressive climate future for their land. So not only are they kind of left out of the innovation pipeline, but in many cases, they are the most excited customer because they're experiencing the impacts disproportionately and more directly. And so it's an unfortunate gap that I think also is a pretty profound opportunity from an investment standpoint, which I share just to say that sometimes these gaps and disparities, as I think, Claudia, you mentioned as well, turn out to be some of the most significant opportunities. And when you can really see that potential and you have the ability to enter into that space with kind of some amount of grace and listening, it turns out that there's quite a bit of opportunity there financially and for the growth of the work we're doing as well.
Wonderful. So it looks like we have to see the problem as a potential chance to fix it, and then also see it as a low-hanging fruit. That's very cool. So at this stage, maybe I'll get Meena to share her views in terms of her pet project and the kind of impact it's creating in communities around in the US.
Absolutely. Well, first I'll just say it's really resonant to me, this idea that being sort of at the intersection of investing and technology, and also being diverse, can be an opportunity. In advance of this, I looked into like the investments our family office have done, and we are all obviously at the intersection of many things in my family. And one of the great opportunities we've had is that more than 80% of our founders are diverse, and I think we had access to those opportunities, because of some of the unfortunate dynamics that we see in the investing space. So, for those who are on the call and thinking about investing, it can be a real asset to be able to connect with and see through the bias that other founders have experienced when they come from diverse backgrounds. But in terms of my pet project, I'm so impressed with everything that everyone on this panel has achieved and is working on. For me, thinking about how I can drive more women into leadership positions in the US is my sort of personal cause. And McKinsey & Company, which is a very large strategy consulting firm, has often been sort of known as a sort of leadership factory. So a lot of Fortune 500 CEOs come through McKinsey. And so my experience has been, and my aspiration is to sort of, raise up the women around me. These statistics won't be a massive surprise to any of you, but the fact that only 14% of VC decision makers are women, the fact that 40% of high growth private companies didn't have a woman on the board in 2021, like a single woman of the probably 10 people, they couldn't find one woman to promote. Those numbers to me are just incredibly disheartening. Even though they're improving over time, they're not improving fast enough. And so the project, Neha, that gives me the most energy day to day is finding just incredibly talented women, founders, consultants, CEOs, executives, and helping them to succeed. And to take up those seats on those boards, to take up those seats in those VC funds, to take up those seats as partners of McKinsey & Company. So a little bit more hand-to-hand combat that gives me passion in my day-to-day.
Wonderful. So you're creating the pipeline of talent. And I'm sure looking back, you would be very happy to see so many women taking up the leadership position. Excellent. So I think all of you are very accomplished. And now when you look back to your journey, I'm sure you would have some piece of advice to your younger self, or maybe to the budding entrepreneurs that are logged in right now. And we are talking about female entrepreneurs, or maybe there are people who would like to get into the VC space. So if you have any kind of advice to give to them, what would it be? Just about 2 pieces of advice?
I mean, again, I'm happy to jump in and look, I mean, like for me, I wish I would have had that aha moment earlier. I think that's it. My father was a civil engineer. And so he built highways, right? And so in Mexico, he would always take me because there was no GPS and the maps were paper. I don't know whether you remember that you had to fold them 20 times and so on. And so he always told me what a great co-pilot I was. Oh my God, you're so good. You're so good. I'm taking you next time to Acapulco, next time to Ixtapa. You're such a great co-pilot. And 5 years ago, when I started looking at, like how the reality for Latinos was really something personal, and I wanted to leave the comfort of being behind a massive organization like the United Nations or other, I just looked at my resume and I really saw that I was a right hand for someone my entire life without any intention. My father seeded on me the idea that I was a great co-pilot. And so I had great pilots, don't get me wrong. I am like blessed by the people that I work for. But what about I wanted to be a pilot of my own agenda, like a driver and an entrepreneur that could actually take my own life. So I think that, take my hand, like the driving force in my own hands. So I think that overall, I wish as a kid that I would have realized that there are voices personal voices, family voices, social voices, cultural voices that all like influence you and tell you like, calladita te ves más bonita, don't shake the boat too much, stay in, be grateful you have a job, as opposed to failure is, like it's part of the success, go jump on it. So I think that I wish actually that I could have realized that it is not about being, it is not like realizing the voices earlier, having had that moment ahead of time that, like I could be the pilot of whatever I want to. And I think that many other people like me in the Latino community are pilots on their own. We just need to realize that we have to go in the right highways and support ourselves with, surround ourselves with people that are going to support us. And that pretty much, being able to not jump on it thinking that it is you have to be fearless. You just have to be fear free, so that you can take the decisions of you want to be driving the cars that you want.
Excellent, Claudia. So I think that's a great piece of advice. Be in the driver's seat and put the blinders on. Well done. Okay, so who's going to go next?
I'll jump in. I mentioned earlier that I think this is true, and there's, I'm sure, data out there that women, I think, are often asked what could go wrong more than what could go right. And, hear that question. It is an important question. Chew on it, answer it, find the reasons about what could go wrong, but pivot back to what could go right. Because I think for me, I was always so challenged by the idea that you had to find like a specific topic, a specific thing that was going to drive you in your career and in your world. And I felt like a generalist. And so people would say, find your why, and it felt actually caging to me, because I thought, well, everything is my why. I have all of these things that I'm passionate about. There's all this change we want to create in the world. So I suppose, don't be caged in by that was something that was really meaningful to me, to say it's okay to be a generalist and to have your why be looking for what's possible, looking for solutions, being open, being curious, seeking growth, and, answer the tough questions, dot the I's, cross the T's, but pivot back to what's possible.
Wonderful. So be curious. And then I love what you said. And that reminds me of the quote, what if I fall, but what if you fly, right? So there's always a possibility that you can fall or you can fly. All right. So we go to Meena. Oh, Neha has unmuted herself.
No, go. I'll go after Meena. Go.
I think for me, becoming aware of what your superpowers are has been incredibly powerful for me, and something I really encourage the women I work with to do. I think it's easy in moments where you're not feeling bold, you're not feeling like you're the pilot, as we've just heard, to really sort of question yourself and say, am I really valuable here? So a practice that I undertake and that I really encourage, especially entrepreneurs, to do, because there's a lot of rejection involved in being an entrepreneur, and in trying to break into VC, there's also a lot of rejection involved. And so I think to build your own confidence, your own reserve of sort of enthusiasm for yourself, to be your own number one champion, and to say, what are the things that will make me exceptional at this? And just to proactively remind yourself of those things, I think has been a sort of an important part of my journey, and advice that I generally give to the amazing young women who I work with.
Thank you, Meena. That resonates with me. It's about self-love and being your number one fan. Oh, wonderful. Over to you, Neha.
Yeah, I mean, look, I agree with everything that has been said on this panel. I guess for me, it breaks down into two, if I can. So one is the internal piece, which I think everybody has spoken about. Find your passion, remind yourself you do add value. What are your strengths or superpowers, as Meena said, and then really leverage that. Don't focus on your weaknesses. Everybody has weaknesses, whether you're a woman or a man or whatever, and acknowledge it. But that's it. Don't shine a spotlight on it. Focus on your strengths and go forward with confidence that is what you're going to bring to the table. But the second thing, perhaps a little bit more practical, is surround yourself by supporters, because unfortunately in this industry, or many industries, but look, I've come from medical to VC to investing, there are energy leeches. and don't have them in your life, and be very strong and aware about that, and then take them out and keep the supporters around you. So like Asmina was saying, the way she supports some of the women around her, find yourself a good mentor / many role models. Talk to them about what they've been through, because in your weakest moments, sometimes it's hard to bring yourself up. And if you have a strong person around you, it can really make the difference. So that's a little bit more of a very practical piece that I would say we should be doing more of.
Thank you, Neha. That's a great piece of advice. I could go on and on because this has been a great learning experience for me. And I promise to stay in touch with all of you. And I wish I could ask more questions. I had so many questions to ask you, but I'm feeling bad that we are running out of time. But all the panelists right here are reachable on LinkedIn. So make sure that you ping them if you're planning to pivot your career from health to investment to climate energy to being a partner at McKinsey or trying to start your venture. And then also the Latino effect is there. So this panel has been fantastic. I feel so privileged to be doing this today right now. And I so look forward to staying in touch with you, because I'm sure you could be my sounding board tomorrow. And there will be so many people listening to us right now who are learning from you right now and also would love to stay in touch. So that's all from me and my fellow panelists. Thank you so much for joining me. And it has been a great pleasure to be part of the HERF's Future Summit. Thank you, Christine. It's back to you.
Thank you so much. You ladies were amazing. I was getting really touched on that last question. Powerful question, Nia. Thank you so much, ladies. Always a pleasure to see your beautiful faces. See you soon.
Thank you. Thanks. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Wow, what a powerful session. As we transition to our next one, the wonderful Patia is going to be joining us to talk about making better business decisions with analytics. Let's dive right in. 30-second countdown. We welcome her next. Hello, welcome.
Hello, I am so happy to be here once again. Thank you for having me, Christine, as always.
Thank
Okay,
you so
you
much.
guys, so we have a lot to cover and just 20 minutes to do so. So I will jump right in. Here goes. Welcome to this afternoon's Grow with Google session on how to make better business decisions with analytics. My name is Patia Abdul Razak, and I'm coming to you live from my WeWork location in Harlem, New York City. Today, we're going to discuss how you can make more strategic business decisions with the insights that you gain from using Google Analytics. Here's my contact information. A lot of people like to take a quick snapshot of this slide. Go ahead and do so. If you need to chat with me after this session, the path of least resistance or the most direct path to get to me is via LinkedIn. Just search for my name, Patia A. Abdul Razak, and we can carry the conversation on afterwards. Here's a quick outline of what we're going to cover today together. Let's start with a quick overview of why you should use Google Analytics. Now, ideally, your website should be leading your visitors from one page of useful content to the next page until they finally convert. This is the ideal situation, right? Now, when you use Google Analytics, you are able to better understand your audience and the insights their activity gives you so you can make more strategic decisions for your business. Now, there are many different types of reports that can help you to better understand, first of all, how people found you, that's really important, and then how they engaged with your website. The key pieces of information available that you should make a note of is learning which search terms and sources drive the most traffic, seeing the demographic information for your most profitable customers, understanding what kinds of content your audience is most interested in, and of course, evaluating which channels drive the most conversions. Now, to start collecting basic data from your website or app, so this can also be used for an app, first you need to either create or sign in to your Google Analytics account. And to do so, you will go to g.co/analytics. And depending on your situation, you'll do one of the following. If you are just setting up your account for the first time, you would click Start for Free. Yes, this is a free tool. And if you already have an analytics account, you will simply need to sign in using your account credentials. Now, I need to back up for a second and mention that there are multiple versions of Google Analytics. And for those of you who have been using the tool for a while, you would already know this, right? If you already have Google Analytics set up, and you set it up before October 14th of 2020, then your reports will most likely reflect the older version, which was called Universal Analytics. If you set up Google Analytics after that date, or you're setting it up today after this workshop for the first time, then you will see the newest version of Google Analytics called Google Analytics 4 or GA4. Please note that if you're a marketer, any marketers like me out there, that the recommendation is that as a marketer, you should be using the newest version, which is GA4. Now, once you've created or signed into Google Analytics, you will see a dashboard and links to a variety of reports. Reporting lets you visualize data about your users and their behavior across your website or app, or both, if you happen to have both. The default reports answer common reporting questions, but you can always customize the reports to fit the needs of your specific business. The reports snapshot shown on the screen that we're viewing here today is displayed when you click Reports in the left navigation, and you can set any overview report to be a snapshot. Now, on the right side, if you're looking at the screen, the report highlights a feature called Analytics Intelligence. Now, Analytics Intelligence uses machine learning to help you better understand and act on your data and simplifies the process of creating reports. For example, you can type in questions in plain English and get fast automated answers. So an example of this is you may want to know which channel, very important, especially if you're a marketer, if you're not measuring, you're not marketing, which channel had the highest goal conversion rate. So you can simply type that in, and Analytics Intelligence will show you a list of channels ranked by conversion rate. Analytics Intelligence will get smarter over time as it learns more and more about your business and the activity of your website. Another way to use it would be to analyze your data and surface insights on major changes or opportunities. For example, it can point out that a certain landing page or a set of landing pages are performing better than others. So now that you know how to access your Google Analytics account, let's dive a little bit into what you can learn from the reports. Meet Eva and Ricky. Eva and Ricky are small business owners who sell apparel through their online store. Now, up until now, they have been making most of their big business decisions from either their own gut instincts, never a great idea, or ad hoc feedback from existing and past customers. So they have decided to grow up a bit and to set up Google Analytics to get a better understanding of exactly what's working and what's not. Because at this point in time, they need to be able to make more strategic business decisions based on actual data. Now, suppose they want to sell a new t-shirt on their online store. They usually experiment with new designs. And like most business owners, right, we have our favorites, but remember, it's not always about us. It's about what our customers actually want. So in this case, they really liked one of their new prototypes and immediately added it to their website. Now, gut instinct told them that this design was destined to be a bestseller for their assumed, and that's in quotes, target audience, which they think are females between the ages of 35 and 44. Now, sometimes making gut decisions can actually work, but it's almost always better to base decisions and actions based on actual data. Now, even decisions that seemingly turn out to go well or have positive results may see improved results when you have actual data to guide further strategy. Now, Eva and Ricky can probably tell if their new design is selling or not selling just simply based on sales. Makes sense, right? But without data, they are missing out on a lot of potentially useful information. Or worse, they could make incorrect assumptions about what is working and what isn't working, and make decisions that could actually jeopardize their own success, especially over time. Now, if the new shirt wasn't selling, they might just assume, hey, this new design is a flop, bummer, and cut their prices just to offload inventory. But without collecting data, they can't really know what's really happening or not happening on the website. And without data, they don't have much information about the customers who may be viewing the shirt either, which is key. So that's where Google Analytics can help them. The data from the reports can help Eva and Ricky learn more about their site visitors, what they're doing, what they're not doing, and help to guide them into making better decisions for their business. So how could they start to figure this out? And how could you do this for your business? Start by outlining goals. Goals should be the customer actions that you care about the most. Ask yourself these questions. What outcome do you want? What do you want to improve? One simple example could be simply increasing website traffic by, say, 20%. Second, what questions do you need to ask to achieve these goals? What information do you need to know to actually lead you to success? The art of asking the right questions is elusive, but incredibly important here. The questions you ask should directly all lead to you being able to gather data and insights that you can make action on or take action on. Asking the right question should always be a function of your own instinct and a combination of the knowledge that you acquire from the business itself and your customer base. But the answers are almost always found in the data. So figuring out which questions to ask gets easier, of course, over time as you learn more about Google Analytics. Here's a quick tip. The questions we ask about offline advertising campaigns often apply online as well. And step 3, of course, once you have your questions, you need to determine which reports can help you to find the answers. Let's start with goals. Start with the outcome you want in mind. What do you really want to happen here? What are you trying to achieve? Everything that you do should support your goals. Now, of course, depending on the kind of business, there may be many types of goals. The simple example that I shared a few minutes ago was increasing website traffic. But is that goal really meaningful to your business? Not that meaningful if an increase in traffic doesn't ultimately lead to sales or conversion of any type, right? So before we get any further, let's talk about what good business goals are. Now, the recommended method to use in terms of defining your goals is called the SMART framework. And so these are the questions that you need to ask yourself. Is the goal specific and detailed? Can you track this goal? How will you measure it? How will you know when it's been accomplished? Is the goal realistically attainable? Will this goal help you reach your business goals? Is it relevant to your business? And most importantly, when do you want to achieve this goal? It's very important to set a time frame. So going back to Eva and Ricky, they might set a goal of wanting to decrease their shopping cart abandonment by, say, 60% in the next quarter. They could use Google Analytics to find out how many users were adding items to their cart over a period of time and compare that number to the total transactions during that same period, and then calculate the cart abandonment rate. When they actually did this, it actually turned out to be 65%, not good at all. Okay, now we have the data. Now we need to figure out what we need to do to improve this. So to reach their goal, they might experiment with modifications to the checkout process. And with each incremental change, they could continue to review their shopping cart abandonment rate to see the effect that each change is having. Here are some things that they may have learned, or they might learn. They might learn that by simplifying the site or reducing the number of steps or improving the load time of the web pages, that they can begin to see improvements and over time lower the abandonment rate. This is just one example of how you can use Google Analytics to track and measure goals. Of course, depending on the kind of business that you have, your goals may vary. So some goals may be, of course, online orders is the first thing that we think about, but how about lead generation, user engagement, growing your mailing list? Depending on the kind of business that you have, you need to outline goals that will move the needle forward for your overall business. Now that we've defined goals, we can consider what questions to ask to meet them. So we're building on this here, right? Let's look at examples of questions to ask to help you to get the answers you need. The framework you see represents the stages of a business's relationships with its customers. You ask questions and use answers to move customers through these stages. Let's start with reach. Reach questions usually deal with how your customers are being drawn to you, right? How they're being attracted to your business. So it could be methods like advertising, organic search, social media, as well as offline promotions. After they arrive, you need to engage them. How easy is it for them to find what they're looking for? Then it's conversion time. The goal here is to help visitors complete important actions on your site. For example, in the case of Eva and Ricky buying a short shirt. For you, it may be submitting a form with a question about a bulk order or signing up for a newsletter. Ultimately, however, you want to sustain a long-term relationship with your customers because you want them to come back, right? To continue supporting you as well as become your raving fans and refer more customers like themselves. Now, if you set up Google Analytics before October 14th of 2020, your reports, of course, will look different. Some of the reports that you will find in the older version, and of course that was called Universal Analytics, include real-time reports, audience reports, acquisition reports, behavior reports, and of course, conversion reports. But today we'll take a closer look at some of the newer reports available in the new version that's called Google Analytics 4 or GA4. Let's start with acquisition. Now, these reports show data about how users arrived on your website or downloaded your app. They can help you to develop an understanding of how users find your site. The reports include user acquisition and traffic acquisition. You get insight into your users, so your returning users, as well as your new users, as well as traffic acquisition. So the traffic acquisition report shows data about new sessions, the traffic dimensions like medium or the referring channel, which could be cost per click or social media, and the source would be where people were before they arrived on your site. And this helps you to better understand how they're getting there in the first place. The report includes the word session to indicate that the traffic dimensions are about new sessions. For example, session medium is the channel by which new and returning users arrive on your site or your app. This information can help you to understand the effectiveness of all of your marketing efforts. Engagement. These reports help you measure user interactions on your website or app. Engagement includes more than page views. For example, you can measure when users do the following things: check an account balance, scroll down a page slowly. And why is it important for you to know if they're scrolling down a page slowly? That means that they're actually reading the content, which is what you want. You can also tell whether they view product details or spend time on a product page, or they watch an informational video. Engaged sessions, which is what you're seeing on the screen, are a collection of events that a user triggers within a time frame. Now, an engaged session is a session that either lasts 10 seconds or longer, had one or more conversion events, or had 2 or more page views. Of course, if you have an e-commerce website or app, you will probably use the monetization report. This is definitely important for e-commerce, right? It simply tells you whether people are buying your stuff or not. These let you measure purchase, ads, and subscription revenue, and allows you to see how users interact with items, such as, of course, the products you sell, and measure the steps in the checkout funnel. The reports can help you to better understand consumer behavior and enhance your overall monetization strategy. Retention reports help you understand how frequently and for how long users engage with your website or app after their first visit. In other words, are any of these people coming back? If they are coming back, when are they coming back and for how long? And when they come back, what are they doing? One note about these reports: this is a useful metric to consider, but the data in the reports should not be taken as an absolute truth, because in some cases, technology cannot track that the visitor previously visited your website. So it's good to know, but there may be instances where things are a little off. Last but not least, they're demographic reports. The demographic topic helps you classify your users by age, location, language, gender, along with interests they express through their online browsing and purchase activities. Now, these reports include interactive charts, diagrams, and tables to help you visualize the data. One last side note: as online services, including Google Analytics, move away from cookies, and you know this is definitely going on, demographic insights are becoming less reliable. Bummer. But true first-party data, meaning how people are navigating to your site directly, not their demographics modeled via other site behavior, is becoming more and more important. And of course, this is the information that you can find in Google Analytics. Now, using Google Analytics on its own is definitely powerful, but it has another advantage. You can connect and communicate with other tools such as your Google Ads. This allows your Google Ads reports to benefit from the Google Analytics data if you choose to share it. And as a best practice, I would say you should definitely share it. So here are the benefits for doing so. First, you can learn what happens after users click your ad, and this helps you to understand visitor behavior, but specifically paid ad visitor behavior, right? So you don't want to be paying for a bunch of clicks that don't convert. And this information can help you learn what's working and what might be improved with regard to your paid ad campaigns. Second, you can target specific users based on their previous behavior. By linking your Google Analytics and Ads account, you can define customer groups by their activity on your website. For example, you can identify the audience who has put 3 or more items into their shopping cart, only to abandon it. What do you do with this information? You can then target this group with a temporary promotion, and hopefully you'll be able to convince them to follow through this time instead of leaving the site. Thirdly, you can better understand your paid traffic and figure out if certain keywords are actually converting or not. By linking your Google Ads with your Analytics account, you'll learn if clicks on your ads actually translate into conversions. Now, in case you're wondering how to do this, here goes. To link your ads and Analytics account, you must first create an account for each product you want to link. And if you already have both accounts, you're already a step ahead. Once your account is set up, you can head over to the admin section of Analytics, and from there, click the product you want to connect under the property column. The process for each product will vary slightly, but they all involve putting in or selecting the account that you want to link to your Analytics account. Here's a pro tip. Be sure that you register all of your Google digital products with the same username and password because that makes linking the accounts that much easier. So we've covered a lot in just a short amount of time today. Let's talk about what you should do next. Now that you know that you should have goals and that you should ask key questions in order to achieve those goals. Remember to ask questions based on phases of customer engagement and to review they will reach, engage, convert, and sustain. And also get really comfortable with the Google Analytics reports and seek the reports that can help you to answer your questions. Okay, so that is the official end of today's mini session. I hope that you were able to pick up some key things. Again, this session was brought in collaboration with Grow with Google. And Christine, I don't know if we have some time for some questions.
Thank you so much, Pitsia. Unfortunately, we are out of time, but thank you as always. I see the chat feed is always live as always. We'll be following up. Thank you so much, Pitsia.
You're very welcome. See you next time.
See you next time. All right, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. So next up, we're going to have the one and only Ryan who's going to join us. Let's get his face on the stage here. Ryan, author of Dish to Act, is going to be joining us as our next keynote speaker. Let's get the 30-second countdown. Let's get excited. Ryan's coming up next. Ryan, welcome back. How are you?
Ahoy, I'm great. And yourself?
Same, doing well, doing well. Nice to always see your face. So thank you so much, as always, for being a part of this, Ryan.
Well, I am glad to be here. So whenever you're ready, let's fire this up.
Sounds like a plan. Over to you.
Ahoy, everybody. How are we doing today? I'm sure we are filled with great information and all kinds of insights, maybe so much that it's overwhelming, but make sure to know that overwhelm is solved by just picking one or two things that you hear today and actually implementing them. So today, I'm excited to share with you a quick little insight into how I think you can approach the metaverse, because in all actuality, that is actually what we're talking about today. So if you don't know me, my name is Ryan Foland, and I am a speaker, I am an author, and I am a ginger. Now, for those of you who don't know what a ginger is, it's my red hair and my freckles. And it's something that I was actually made fun of for as a kid, but I've reclaimed that title and I now am very proud of it. But I'm even more proud of a name that I got while I was speaking in Ghana. And that's the Bra Kwikwe Ginger. Or move out of the way there. So think of me as a brother, think of me as a mentor, and think of me as somebody who might have a little bit more energy than the normal person. So today we're going to talk about the concept of a highlight reel, REAL, specifically when it comes to the metaverse. Now, I believe that is the theme for today, and so I am going to bridge the gap between the real world and the metaverse. It's confusing enough of how to show up and how to present yourself in the real world. Add to that the fact that you can take on any persona that you want, or be any avatar that you want, or do your hair in any way instantly that you want. Even today, I've got a little bit of green here for you. But it doesn't change the fact that it's still challenging to know and feel comfortable how you're going to actually show up. So let's talk about the highlight reel. Now, let me move out of the way. Let's see. Let me shrink down here for a second, actually. Whoop. And then let me move down, down. Oh, other way. And then down, down, down. All right. So if you think about it, we might have all heard of this idea of a highlight reel, and we see it in the movies. It's the little short movie that's the teaser. If you're watching a highlight reel of an event like the Haiti Tech Summit or any of the other awesome summits that are put on, you get all of the good stuff. It's just handpicked and it's delivered so that you can enjoy it. But the problem is that this sets an unbalance when it comes to what happens in real life. And we oftentimes see this on social media, where essentially we are posting all of our best photos. And you know what that looks like? It means taking a whole bunch of photos and then picking and sharing just the good stuff. It's when you're looking at somebody else's Instagram feed and you're like, oh my gosh, they live the most amazing life. I have the most FOMO. They must be super successful. They must be super happy. They must have it all together. Now I feel that much worse about myself, and I'm not making enough money, and I don't look as good as I want to look, and I'm not happy. And it just becomes this crazy cycle where the highlight reel, I don't think it's really the right way to go about it. Now, just because it's not the right way doesn't mean that we still default to that or that we see it and we feel like that's the way that we have to emulate. And so I think that if people try to approach social media and or their appearance, their persona into the metaverse, then it's really a highlight reel. Because essentially what we're trying to do when we just share the good stuff is that we're just trying to get people to like us. And it's good to get people to like us. I'm not saying it's not. But if you just try to impress people and try to have them like you, then you're missing a huge part of the equation. Because how is somebody going to actually like you if they don't really understand who you are? And so when you help people get to know you, it gives them the chance of whether or not they like you. And you know what? If somebody doesn't like you, that's totally okay. Not everyone has to like you. But there's something nice about when somebody gets to know you and then they do like you. That is what sets the foundation for trust. And at the end of the day, if you want to find success, you have to become a trustworthy person. If you want to get referral business, you have to be someone who the person referring you to actually trusts. So I think we don't focus enough on how important that trust is when it comes to our relationships in the real world, online, and in the metaverse. So I just want to remind us all that we can't download trust. I am yet to find an NFT or a skin as an NFT in any type of metaverse that instantly earns me trust. And so as we dive into the metaverse, I want us to keep this in mind, because what happens in real life is that we take on these different personas. Maybe you're one way when you get to meet with Christine, you're like, oh, I'm going to meet with Christine. And then maybe when it's with your kids, you're like, that's just my kids. And then maybe your husband or your wife or your partner, it's something different. Maybe for a job opportunity, you dress differently. Maybe when you're meeting somebody new, you put on your best face. And so if you imagine the visual, when you look in the mirror, what version of yourself are you going to bring to the table? And we deal with that every day. But once we step into the metaverse, it becomes a lot more complicated. Because if anybody has tried to set up their avatar, then maybe you feel my pain. Because you're like, wait, what does my hair look like? No, what do I want my hair to look like? Wait, how are my eyes? No, wait, how do I want my eyes to look? So for the first time, this metaverse is giving us an opportunity to be anyone we want. But I want to caution you that that is dangerous, because I believe that you should focus on having a highlight REAL. And this is who you really are. So if you're looking for what avatar to be who you are. And if something is an avatar that represents how you feel and how you want to be seen, then that's fine. But make it a genuine and real connection with who you are. I call this process ditching the act, to ditch the act and to be yourself. And it's just as important in the metaverse as it is in the real world. It means having your real voice, and it means showing up as who you are. And I will remind you that in the metaverse, just like in the real world, people will ask you, what do you do? And the answer to that question helps them get to know you. So don't try to give them an answer that they think they want to hear. Give them an answer that's true to who you are and help them get to know you. When you keep things simple, they become powerful. And the more you talk, the less people listen. And the less you talk, the more people ask questions. So look at the metaverse as an extension of reality. Look at the metaverse as a way to be more of yourself. Look at the metaverse as a chance to help people get to know who you are. Because at the end of the day, the best person you can be is you. And let me wrap this up here to cover all the bases. In the metaverse, here is the deal. Let me give it to you real. The key to connection is to learn to be real, because you are not perfect and neither am I. And that is the exact reason that we see eye to eye. Everybody's different, but we are all the same. To be perfectly imperfect is how you win the game in the metaverse. The idea here is to be real and true to yourself. So look at the metaverse as a chance to be more you than you can ever imagine. Because at the end of the day, I'm just here to remind you that you don't have to be anyone but yourself in the metaverse. That's what I've got for you today. I know we're working through some quick keynotes here, but this is just a taste of what I love sharing with people. And it's really about being your authentic self. So if you take anything away from my little talk here, it's that the metaverse is a chance for you to be you. That's what I got for you today.
Ryan, as always, thank you so much. And such a perfect timing, because I think what you said is so powerful. So many people are trying to recreate themselves, but you're tapping into find yourself and put that out there to the universe. So thank you so much, Ryan. I know the chat feed is like already commenting and giving Brad Quick Ginger applause, but thank you so much. It was truly an honor to have you again.
You're welcome. Well, I can't wait until we're all meeting again in the real verse all together.
Sounds like a plan, Ryan. Talk soon. Thank you so much. Ladies
All right,
and
you're
gentlemen,
welcome.
another round of
Adios,
applause.
everybody.
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen, the wonderful Ryan joining us and really giving some really awesome feedback and remarks on how to really tap into the metaverse. Now, with that said, I know we're going to dive into the next panel, but we do have a brief keynote remark from the Charge d'Affaires, Heather Varavia. The U.S. Embassy in the Philippines will be giving her brief remarks before we transition to the next panel, How to Build in the Metaverse. So please join me in a warm welcome as we welcome Heather, the U.S. Charge d'Affaires in the Philippines.
Thank you for the invitation to speak at the 4th Her Future Summit. I'm proud to represent the United States Embassy in the Philippines at today's event. I'm also honored to have a role among such an inspirational group of leaders, and in particular, women leaders. I'd like to acknowledge my colleagues here in the Indo-Pacific region joining the summit. Ambassador Carmen Cantor from the U.S. Embassy in Micronesia, and Ambassador Michael Kloszewski from the U.S. Embassy in Mongolia, who also served here in the Philippines. Participating in events like this is particularly meaningful to me, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to reflect on my journey as a career diplomat and discuss the United States' work to promote opportunities for women in the Philippines and globally. Most of my 25-year career in diplomacy I have spent in South and Southeast Asia. It has been a privilege to represent the United States in India, Mauritius, Vietnam, Bangladesh, Indonesia, and now the Philippines. I also worked in Washington, covering issues related to Thailand, as well as South Asia, and I was very fortunate to work on the staff of Colin Powell when he was Secretary of State. Through his example, Secretary Powell taught me much about being a good leader. He showed how one can be both a strong leader and a kind person. As a consular officer in India, I assisted American citizens and granted visas to Indian travelers headed to the United States. In Vietnam, I supported efforts that led to the membership in the World Trade Organization, the WTO, for Vietnam, further opening that dynamic country to the global marketplace. Throughout my career, some of my most rewarding experiences came from the work I did with other women. In Bangladesh, I oversaw small grants to women-led farming households, which helped them obtain better quality seeds or improved access to water. I will never forget the pride with which one woman farmer showed me her vegetable garden. Also in Bangladesh, I had the opportunity to work with Professor Muhammad Yunus, who won the Nobel Peace Prize for creating Grameen Bank, which provides access to capital for the poor, in particular women. Leading the U.S. Embassy and consulates in Indonesia during the COVID-19 pandemic was one of the toughest, most important jobs I have ever had. Working to protect our U.S. and Indonesia staff, helping secure vaccines, and keeping the embassy running in the midst of lockdowns was hard work. I learned a lot about the importance of good communication during crises. Even though the last 2 years have been incredibly difficult, it has been inspiring to work with friends and colleagues in Indonesia and here in the Philippines to face and survive the pandemic. In the last 6 months, it has been so rewarding to support the donation of more than 33 million doses of COVID vaccines from the United States to the Philippines. Working with our partners here in the Philippines to bring life-saving vaccines into the country is some of the most important work I have ever done as a diplomat. In terms of women entrepreneurship, I'm proud to say that today our embassy here in the Philippines, which includes 28 U.S. government agencies, actively promotes opportunities for women entrepreneurs and other professionals through programs that have different focus areas and priorities. Our work is guided by a global strategy on gender equity and equality, which seeks to prevent and respond to gender-based violence, advance women's roles in global discussions on peace and security, and improve women's economic security. Related to economic security, the U.S. Embassy in the Philippines conducts a wide range of activities very much in line with the Her Future mission. Our programs support women entrepreneurs in fields that will define the global economy of the future. Our USAID mission to the Philippines, for example, has trained nearly 8,000 Filipinas and supported business accelerators. We also support women entrepreneurs through the State Department's Academy for Women Entrepreneurs, or AWE program, developing the knowledge, networks, and access business women need to launch and scale up their business. Here in the Philippines, this program empowers women by helping them develop real-time business skills, including how to adapt to the challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. When Filipinas graduate from an AWE class, they become part of a global network of women business leaders, supporting one another as they grow their businesses, support their families, and thrive in their communities. These activities have a special focus on helping entrepreneurs digitize operations, build core business competencies, and integrate practices to improve resilience. Our programs help Filipina entrepreneurs learn how to build emergency funds, analyze cash flows, evaluate debt appropriately, and develop effective marketing. We are excited to continue growing our network of 145 AWE graduates in 2022 as the program expands to more cities across the Philippines. I'm proud to say we also have a special focus on underrepresented areas. For example, our USAID mission created a program in the Southern Philippines to help develop e-commerce solutions for women with small and medium-sized enterprises. This project is crucial for those with limitations on physical movement due to security concerns or remote locations. The program leverages the internet to close the space between entrepreneurs and potential new customers. Lastly, we have developed platforms similar to this one to help connect women who are just starting their entrepreneurial journeys with women who are already successful business leaders. Just this month, we hosted our own regional summit with the theme Thriving in a Changed World, Women Leading the Way, which brought together high-profile entrepreneurs, women leaders, and senior government officials to discuss the challenges women face and share best practices to advance inclusive innovation. I'm proud that we saw robust interest in the event. Over 200,000 people participated. Still, we know that even with these successes, there's a lot more to be done. I commend Her Future, fellow speakers, and especially the thousands of you joining virtually for your commitment to training and developing the next generation of businesswomen. Thank you for your kind invitation this morning, and I wish you a wonderful Her Future Summit.
There you have it, one of our special remarks from the ambassador of the U.S. Embassy of the Philippines. Thank you so much. So now, without further ado, I do want to kick off the 30-second countdown to welcome one of our amazing panels next on how to build and work in the metaverse. Let's get the countdown up and welcome our ladies to the main stage. Welcome, welcome, ladies. Thank you so much for accepting our invitation. Ladies and gentlemen, this is session 4, the new reality, how to live, work, and build in the metaverse. Passing over to the wonderful Alyssa, who will kick off this beautiful panel. Thank you so much, ladies.
Hi, everyone. So excited to be here today with such an amazing group of women. We're just going to dive right in and have a really thoughtful and compelling discussion. And so I'm going to dive right into the first question. What are some of the use cases for the metaverse and how will it define how we work, play, and live? I guess you could also argue that it's already defining the way we work, play, and live, seeing some of the uptake of virtual gaming, for example, during the pandemic. So Joanne, I wanted to start with you. You often call this a mirror world. What do you think the most compelling or prevalent use cases that we will see will be in the metaverse?
Absolutely. So first of all, thanks so much for having us. And thank you to all the panelists for joining today. There's a number of use cases. Let's take a step back for a minute. You mentioned the mirror world. The mirror world is the future state of what we are now dubbed the metaverse. And I think what's important to understand the underlying technologies, right? 1968, virtual reality is born. And when you begin to understand that we've moved it from the DARPA labs and out of academia into more commercial spaces, where the mirror world is getting a real life-size digital twin of the entire world. And when we think about the use cases, they actually are incredibly profound. Today, one of the largest gaps that we have in society is the skills gap. And where you're seeing use cases that have already happened and actually utilized today is how we train our military, or how we think about training individuals in dire situations. Well, if you flip that and start to look at, we're in the midst of coming out of a pandemic where every system in the world collapsed, right? And it is time to reinvent the systems amidst that collapse. And so you have opportunities to reinvent education. For somebody like me who happens to be dyslexic and actually does much better in kinesthetic learning, things like the mirror world or what we're seeing as the metaverse. And I think it's really important. The metaverse is a brand that has been created. It is virtual reality technologies give us this ability to simulate things, right? To actually get hands-on and great things. The other thing that it helps you do is monitor things like brain activity, simulate how people will react under stress. One of the things that we're seeing actually in the DARPA labs today is utilizing 3D imaging from NVIDIA kind of software to reimagine and identify dangerous places. So there are a number of initiatives underneath there. It isn't just for entertainment and gaming, where I believe, though, that you're seeing kind of a rapidly growing place here. But the most important part of this is how we access that reality, how we access those simulations. And I fundamentally believe that what we're about to see is an explosion of experiments, everything from glasses to hearables to wearables that actually make being in a simulated situation far more natural and far more human. And that's when you see things like virtual assistants and a virtual computer, right? I happen to work with one every day, where they will become indispensable in actually traversing these virtual worlds.
Thank you, Joanna. That was an amazing summary and a great place to start. Before we move on to the next question, would any of the other panelists like to build off of what Joanna just shared there? No. Great. So there's been a lot of talk about the opportunity, and Joanna just signaled some of the great opportunities for Web3 and things like blockchain to decentralize control and level the playing field. Some great examples around learning that were just shared. So Navroop, you recently wrote a great thought piece on this vibe shift. I loved it, by the way, and the opportunity for the metaverse and Web3 to create new and different opportunities for this generation and the next generation. So, what do you think are some of the greatest opportunities for individuals in this space? And where would one start if they wanted to get engaged?
Thank you, Lisa. Great to be on this panel. Hi, everyone. First of all, I'm surprised you found that piece. Because I was kind of babbling on sort of, my very casual blog that I write once a year sort of thing, when it's really something I need to get off my chest. So thanks for calling that one out. But, as an economist, so I run an ecosystem called Digital Economist, and we're all about building out the digital economy. And so a lot of the conversations that I hear are kind of more from a more consumer perspective, how that's going to help improve our lives. For that matter, you can think of it like electronics, right, in the 1950s, and how every household has sort of like all sorts of things in the kitchen that makes things efficient and effective. So I think a very utilitarian sort of conversation. But what I work on and what my team works on is, how do you build new forms of value in a way that's inclusive and almost unties it from the scarce and planetary upper bounds, if you may, of our resources? Because most of the economics the past 200 years assumes that there is no end to the growth, increase in capital, and just the kind of what we call the variety of capitalism that we follow. But there are actually planetary upper bounds, and so there's this huge incoherence to a point where that we're looking at 25% collapse of our biodiversity, and of course that can go on. And so, from my perspective, can we include diverse voices? And that was kind of the point of that article as well. I got inspired by a piece that said, fashion and the vibe and the culture is going to be changing. I think that's actually one of the big drivers of the metaverse as well, whether it's work or art or what have you. The creative industries are now sort of becoming part of the mainstream digital. And, my call to action from that article was, yes, bring it on and bring it front and center. So it's not just Wall Street white boys who HBR wrote an article saying, it's self-selection of psychopaths, which is interesting. It's not me according to Harvard Business Review, on Wall Street, to bring that diversity and value creation, sharing that into the front stage. And I think that's sort of the opportunity that it opens up. and I've been in the blockchain space for over 6 years now. And I kind of saw that the initial, oh, blockchain is a solution to everything, 6 years ago. And I have a lot more of a tempered view, if you may, of the metaverse. I mean, I tried the virtual reality headset for like 10 minutes and like this part of my face was hurting already. So I have, I think there's a long way to go. And I do think sort of the physical world is just as important to sort of balance that, even if the digital enabled so much more. I live in Hawaii, so I'm kind of like discovering what it is to be close to land without sort of being a farmer. So just kind of on a personal note, but yeah, giving it back to you, Lisa. Thank you.
Thank you. That was wonderful. Leah, Deborah, Joanna, that's some great thoughts here from Navroop. Any thoughts you want to add to that?
I would. So Navroop, I think one of the things you talk about, right, is we're in the midst of a really big transition. I think that if we talk about the headwinds that we're looking at as we, think about whether it's the omniverse, the multiverse, the mirrorverse, the holodeck, you name it, right? We're going to have all kinds of interfaces. Navroop's right. It's a clumsy interface today. And there are designers across the world, and I will tell you there are many women designers out there, which is really important, right? That we've got to ensure that women have equal access to creating this world, because otherwise we will just duplicate the biases that we have in this world, in the mirror world, or the omniverse. And so as we start to think about it, one of the things that I think becomes really interesting, the applicability, is understanding the idea around thermodynamics. And Navroop, your talk around the economics piece of this. I think our economy, right, has always been based on kind of a old science, frankly. Old science that was heavily reliant upon this idea that in the capitalist system, right, one that requires significant capital and has these constraints, that there was this invisible hand. But what we are seeing emerge, right, when you think about VR and some of its use cases, like in health, which becomes really interesting when you start to see the health cases of creating human digital twins, right? How do you effectively ensure that those human digital twins are representative of the global population, right? Of which we are 50%. And how do you ensure that you have an equitable stake in it? And I think there is such a close connection into when we think about how we apply these use cases and how we end up paying and investing for them in new and inventive ways with a set of full transparency. Because that's where, if we think about where Web3 is, there's very much a part of this is around transparency, right? But it is about bringing that reality into a new system. And so that underlying science, I've actually fundamentally have a hypothesis in my thesis around this, which kind of connects to what Navroop was saying from an economic standpoint, is actually based on thermodynamics, which is far more, for every reaction, there is an action. And you can see that in a transactional system like a blockchain.
Thank you. So, moving on a little bit around the conversation around identity, and it was a great keynote right before this, will the creation of avatars in the metaverse give us a new sense of identity? So how do we create those inclusive experiences and really emphasize emotional well-being and impact as success metrics? And so, Leah, I know this is a topic that you're passionate about. So wondering if you can share some of your thoughts around engineering inclusive and connected experiences in the metaverse.
Sure. Thank you for that question, Alyssa. Hi, everyone. Thank you for having me. So, yeah, I mean, I feel like inclusion in the metaverse is really about a couple of things. Safety, right? Like, not only is there a space carved so that I can be included, but I feel safe participating. And then access, right? In this context, access to the right partners for technology enablement or financial enablement. But for this conversation, I'm going to focus on 4 aspects of safety in the metaverse. So one, the existential self and safe spaces, right? Like, can I be me? The idea of identity is interesting related to avatars. I might be a young, fluid teenager born as a biological male, but I've been experimenting with the divine feminine within me. Maybe I'm articulating a female persona via an avatar to get to know this version of myself. Or I might be a mother who switches between 10 different wild and playful avatars, depending on the mood and the season, just to tap into my exhibitions. In either case, their avatars are absolutely another sense of self, so much so that they are nurturing and protecting them in this space. And safety is where they and all of their personas can exist, and they can express any gender identity or eccentricity or deviance without fear of ridicule or unauthorized exposure. 2, safe content, right? Like, how do we know that the space that we're in is safe for us? While I'm being my authentic self in these spaces, what am I being exposed to, right? Are there offensive NPCs in this world? Is the media that is being streamed from an unverified source? Are all the flashing lights and bright colors on that out-of-home ad overwhelming to my senses? In this publicly accessible space, is the digital art on the wall appropriate for all ages? Does it need to be? Is chat enabled for everyone? And can you say out loud whatever you want? How is the space being moderated? I think content makes an environment. And when we build these spaces, we can craft a generally welcoming environment or a decidedly exclusive space. 3, safe technology and computing, right? Am I in a space that has been built responsibly? I think people are fearful of our future in terms of energy consumption related to modern computing needs. Safety for wide adoption would also involve more sustainable models of data consumption, as well as like mining cryptocurrencies and verifying transactions. Greenpeace and other environmental groups just launched a campaign on this very topic: change the code, not the climate. The premise is simple. If there are better for the environment infrastructures to support this new financial system, then why not use them? 4, cybersecurity. Is the space functionally safe? I don't think that dealing in cryptocurrency feels safe to the average engaged internet user. I think the current state of cryptocurrency has such a level of decentralization that there is no entity to turn to when crimes such as wallet hacking and digital larceny take place. Safe would definitely involve some degree of governance around security, data handling, and identity. And as a metric for emotional impact, I can't think of a better measure than safety. Like, next to food and shelter, right? There is nothing that moves humans more than I just demonstrated my perception of qualities of safety, which can be quantified by capturing user perceptions of any of these qualities or others. It can also be quantified relative to system performance, energy consumption, computing activities associated with security, et cetera. And altogether, these metrics, I think, represent a brand's own narrative on defining and creating safe spaces for all their customers. And so through this lens of safety, we can see how we as creators, marketers, designers, developers can architect a more inclusive metaverse.
I just want to say, Leah, it felt like you just read a poem. And so,
Definitely agree.
thank you.
Extreme. And Deborah, this this really dovetails nicely into our next thoughts and questions. And what role does education and experiential learning look in terms of building out this safety and paying proper attention to the precautions? What could and should this education and experiential look like as it relates to people engaging safely in the metaverse?
Yeah, thank you, Alyssa, for that question. And it's great to learn from all of the panelists today. So first of all, I look at Web3 and blockchain as a whole and felt that it was so critical to make sure there is diversity and inclusion. I ended up building a summit, the Web3 Summit, which is going to take place in San Diego in May, just for this very purpose. And I think part of this conversation too, Alyssa, is really this transition, right, from Web 2.0 to Web 3, and what is the promise from Web 3? And, my story is interesting because I got pushed into the Web 3 space because of my 16-year-old twin boys who were pushing me to try to buy crypto years ago. And one of them started getting an interest in NFTs, and I saw how difficult it was. And I saw all of the channels in which they were operating in really dovetail very well for young men. And I'm just going to put it out there, young white and Asian men that were kind of in this tech space already and really understood the vernacular, because Web3 is such a different environment. It's very tribal, it's very community based. And we need to make sure when you talk about education, that women and people of color are part of this conversation and they get this opportunity to also play in the riches of the promise of Web3. And so that component is really critical. And I tell people today that everything you can think of Web 2.0, there is going to be a Web 3 component to this, and things are moving so quicker than we ever anticipated. This is the fastest adoption I've ever seen. I don't know if it was Joanna who mentioned even healthcare in the blockchain. These are going to be really critical. Web 2.0 was very much a winner takes all approach where other people controlled our data, other people controlled our companies, controlled our security. This is about taking our power back and being in control of our own data, our own ability to have control over our finances and cut out the middleman, and all these ways that we've been taken advantage of in the Web 2.0 perspective. So even when you look at the healthcare situation, we know more about the appliances that we recently built just through the manual than we do our own healthcare situation. And so, we're at a point now, we want to take control. And I think anything that the last 2 years has done is really making us realize two things. One, this is about redefining who we are as individuals and us as a society. Where do we want to raise our children and our grandchildren? What's that world that we want to leave behind? The flip side is, I think the metaverse right now is getting such a catapulsion because we've been sitting at home and we've had to go into this digitized world. And so, there's got to be a balance out there. There's got to be some guiding principles around Web3 and the metaverse that still need to be created. So we are actually hosting an impactathon around that, which I encourage everybody to get involved in. So it's really critical that we now take control, and more women and people of color are absolutely on this journey to win in the Web3, universe that we're all moving quickly towards.
I felt that was also quite poetic. So thank you for that. So we're coming up at time here. We have about 2 minutes left. So just want to open it up to this powerhouse group, frankly, for any final thoughts or comments before we sign off here.
I think the opportunities are really, they're vast. And I think one of the things that I'm doing, today is the part of what Deborah talked about, what Leah talked about in terms of security. We will not get that governance, and we will not that unless we all engage in, and that we do our best to both bring women and minority communities in, like mine. I'm Latinx, bringing in people of color, bringing in everybody into this equation. We don't have enough people at the table. And so the call to arms today is actually, whether it's going to Deborah Sterling Capital or looking to help fund the next 3 entrepreneurs that are sitting in their basement, women that are in their basement, they'd have the opportunity to actually fundamentally change the world. That is what we need to do. And there are significant steps in a time when we are being asked to actually reinvent the entire workspace, actually to use this as an opportunity in the underlying technologies to bring that equitable situation back into the equation. If we don't, what is at stake is repeating the same mistakes that we have already seen, the disparity that we live in this world, right? And I think that is fundamentally where we have to look ahead. So the invitation is come learn with us. Nobody has it all figured out. Right. No one's got it figured out. And if there are barriers, I think one of the things I would love to hear in the comment section is, if you are having a barrier to entry, raise your hand, tell us what it is, so that those of us that are in leadership can begin to break down those barriers. We're here, and we need you in the fight.
I just want to follow up with Joanna. That's exactly it. Nobody has all the answers of Web3 right now. I work with a Web3 czar. Nobody can keep up with the pace. It's a sprint and a marathon every day. And so, it is up to us to define it. And I don't want to make a sales pitch here, but I want anybody to reach out to me who wants to be part of the Web3 Summit.xyz, May 18th to the 20th. We have a 50% commitment to having women and people of color there. We will offer discounts. There's an online version. This is about learning in depth what Web3 is and where your role is, where you can play in the sandbox and really become a thought leader, since there are so few women really active in this space at this point. So we encourage you just to check us out, web3summit.xyz. Reach out to me on LinkedIn. Happy to extend discounted tickets to you.
Absolutely. And then the last thing I'll just say is that the Design by Us Design Core is training women all over the globe, right? To be able to have the hard skills, right? And get them into the pipeline of developers and funding that development. So you can go to designedbyus.org and look and click on the Design Core.
So final quick thoughts from Navroop, and then we'll end with Leah. And just want to say a huge thank you to this group and to the amazing ideas and calls to action.
Thank you. Yeah, I love everything that has been shared so far. And I love the fact that we are bringing tangible opportunities for anyone who is, willing to raise their hand and step up, right? And be a part of building the next internet. And so, yeah, just love the vibe shift, I guess. Handing it over to Leah. Thank you.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think a lot of this conversation has been, let's proceed with caution. But I think, just a final note of this is exciting. For me, the metaverse is like the fantasy world, right? Like it's the mirror world plus fantasy, right? Like you can touch the internet, you can feel the internet, and that's extremely magical. So I think we should be really excited about this magical world we're crafting together.
I love it. Thank you. I love ending on a positive note with excitement and some joy around it. So I'll pass it back to the conference organizers. Once again, just want to say a huge thank you to this amazing group of women and for having us today. And I saw that they were posting everyone's LinkedIn's in the chat. So get to know all of these panelists and reach out and connect. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies. It was really a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, there you have it. How to live, work, and build in the metaverse, the new reality. And I love that it went beyond just the conversation around the metaverse. These ladies really provided really dynamic insights about how to break barriers, insights into their lives, how they're really tapping into really expanding this ecosystem for women on the call and around the world. So without further ado, I do want to transition to our next speaker. It's our 2022 exhibitor. The name of our company, the CEO, is Bronwyn Studart. She is creating a world where data can inform every decision, every communication, and every customer interaction. So please join me in a warm welcome as we welcome her next of the 30-second countdown. Well, hello and welcome. Thank you so much for supporting the Her Future Summit this year by sharing amazing insights about your company. I'm going to pass the floor over to you. We look forward to hearing about the work that you do in this world. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you very much, Christine. It's wonderful to be here and listening to all the women speak and the inspiring stories that they're given in terms of how they're breaking down the barriers for women. I think it's truly inspiring. So depending on where you are across the globe, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening. I am in Cape Town, South Africa, and it's definitely past evening here. I am the CEO of the tech startup IQ. Data, tech, and telco has been a passion of mine for a very long time, and I'm fortunate enough to be able to channel that passion into building an innovative data platform for telecoms operators. And as you put it earlier, Christine, it's really where we are trying to ensure that marketeers can use data to inform every decision, every communication, and every customer interaction. But I don't really actually want to talk about my platform too much. I mean, my journey as a woman in tech over the last 30 years has been incredibly rewarding. And I love what I do, and I have always been inspired by tech. But often, as the only female in a room, I sometimes feel like I didn't belong. And as we come together at the end of this summit, being able to network with these amazing, powerful, dynamic women across the globe, I feel connected. There is a strong correlation, we know, between successful diversity and inclusion programs and belonging. And that sense of belonging is powerful. And I think we should take bolder action to leverage that power. My team and I are about to celebrate the closing of our seed round with a leading US tech investor. And I hope that even though we are still at the very early stages of our journey, this inspires other women to follow their passions and dreams. Entrepreneurship is one of the main drivers of economic development. We've heard it through the summit today that women can participate and must participate on an equal footing. Inspiring more and more empowered female tech entrepreneurs to participate will create that tipping point where we no longer feel like we don't belong. Because we should be confident, we should be competitive, and we should be willing to fail without fear, as we've heard earlier. So I think really in closing, I'd just like to end with the fact that I know that I'm privileged enough to be able to benefit from this networking and community that summits like this offer. I know, therefore, that I have a responsibility to treat diversity and inclusion as one of IQ's highest priorities. I know from my own experience that I have a responsibility, even as I navigate the startup journey, which is going to be a challenge, to foster a better sense of belonging for women in tech, so that women like us who love what we do are able to celebrate it and cheer each other on. So, Christine, from a beautiful evening in Cape Town, South Africa, I wish everybody on the call a wonderful startup journey, as we are all at the beginning of something special. And I would love to connect with as many of you as possible on LinkedIn so that we can carry on that conversation.
Thank you so much. Wow, what a way to end. And you mentioned your journey there. I know like you're supposed to just say a little bit about what you do at IQ, but any final words of advice that you want to share with the audience? We would love to hear it. It was an honor to hear you.
Yeah. So, listening to all of the women today, I think I would just echo everything that they've said. Be your authentic you, bring yourself to the table. Don't be scared. It is a daunting journey, and there are challenges along the way, but don't be afraid to fail, because that fear stops us from taking that next step and really accepting the challenge. We all have something powerful inside of us. And I think that when we tap into that internal power, we're able to make the change that we need to make to reach our dreams. And that's all I would say, but I would echo absolutely everything that was said by the women today. They were phenomenal.
Thank you so much. And once again, it was a pleasure to have you. And thank you for those final remarks. It resonated. I don't know if you see the comments coming up and the thumbs ups and applause, but thank you so much. Really appreciate your remarks here at Her Future Summit 2022.
Thank you very much, Christine.
Thank you so much. And I also want to just again reiterate our gratitude to Brennan from South Africa for supporting this, because as many of you are aware, Her Future Summit is always free to participants every single year. And the way we make that possible is not only with our mega partners that you see, their logos along the bottom here, who make it accessible, but also patrons and exhibitors like Brennan who support this program. So thank you so much. Another huge shout out to her. Really a pleasure to hear her remarks here at Her Future Summit. So without further ado, I do want to now transition to our last keynote speaker of the day, another ambassador at large here, the wonderful Ambassador Cameron Cancer, U.S. Ambassador to the Federated States of Micronesia, will be sharing her remarks for this year's edition of Her Future Summit. Without further ado, let's hear her remarks. It's truly an honor to have her.
Hello and welcome from the island of Pohnpei in the Federated States of Micronesia. Let me give everyone a warm island welcome. Kaseleli, Elenwo, Rananim, Mogetin, and Ola. I want to thank Her Future Summit for this opportunity to speak to you today and to Global Startup Ecosystem and partners for hosting this event. I am honored to join you for my second Her Future Summit. Last year, I pulled back the curtain and share what my team at the United States Embassy Colonia and I do as we work for the American people in service of the bilateral relationship between the United States and the Federated States of Micronesia, or FSM for short. The FSM and the United States have a great partnership with shared values and goals. Our embassy, as all do, first work to serve the interests of the American people. But based on our mission goals and FSM's shared values, we have a mandate to support women of all ages in the FSM as well. I will talk today about our work to champion the development of women leadership, women's entrepreneurship, and girls and women's empowerment. Let's dive in. In reflecting on this incredible journey, which led me to becoming the U.S. ambassador to the FSM in early 2020, and my recent nomination by President Joe Biden to be Assistant Secretary of the Department of Interior's Office of Insular and International Affairs, I remain astonished as to where my life and career has taken me. On my unique path to become ambassador, I can see that the choices that I have made since childhood have brought me where I am today. Every organization that I was a member of, every degree that I earned, every distinct job I had in my almost 32-year public service career came together to form a special set of skills and experiences, even if I didn't know it at the time. They all prepared me for this position, this responsibility, and opportunities that follow. I am from Mayagüez, a city in Puerto Rico. I was always looking for adventure, so I became a Girl Scout, and as a teenager, I became a cadet officer of the Civil Air Patrol, where for the first time in my life, I had the honor to represent the United States as part of the International Air Cadet Exchange Program in Canada and the United Kingdom. These formative experiences were important because they gave me a leadership foundation early on. As a college junior and senior at El Colegio de Mayagüez, University of Puerto Rico, I work as a research assistant with the Sea Grant Program, a program that works to create and maintain a healthy coastal environment and economy. This is especially relevant today as the FSM is a country with 607 islands, and we work with them to mitigate the effects of climate change. Now, I mentioned what I did as a junior and senior in college, but let me tell you how I got there. During my first year at the University of Puerto Rico, I was an industrial engineering student trying to decide whether engineering was the field for me. As I thought it through, I realized that I wanted to work with people in an international environment. The University of Puerto Rico didn't offer a degree in international relations, so without telling my parents, I changed my major from industrial engineering to sociology. And I still remember very distinctly my father's reaction to the news. Mija, ¿por qué estás dejando ingeniería? ¿Qué es sociología? ¿Y qué tú vas a hacer con eso? What's sociology and what are you going to do with that degree? I didn't know at the time where sociology would take me, but here we are 33 years later, and I think it worked out okay. You see, me being here today before you as a US ambassador is, shall we say, improbable. What are the odds a woman born and raised in Mayagüez, Puerto Rico, someone who went to public schools, someone who needed Pell Grants to finance a college education at a public university, someone who spoke English with an accent, the daughter of an Army veteran with an 8th grade education, and who was one of 18 siblings, the daughter of a woman so poor she only had one pair of shoes growing up? What are the odds someone who looks and sounds like me will be here today in front of all of you representing the United States overseas as an ambassador? All of you watching this video today, never give up. Hard work, perseverance, support, and guidance from mentors and sponsors will take you places. The U.S. Embassy is known to many Americans abroad as a place to go if you lose your passport or to apply for a visa if you're in need of an emergency, advice or assistance. It is all of those things, but it is also so much more. In my role as Chief of Mission, I oversee and coordinate the efforts of several U.S. agencies located in the FSM who work in tandem, including the Department of Defense, Department of Agriculture, United States Agency for International Development, and the Department of the Interior. This diverse group of agencies, when woven together with our dedicated and talented local staff, forms a very strong team. The work we do as a U.S. mission and our overall objectives are part of this overarching principle to safeguard U.S. interests while improving the lives and livelihoods of the host country's citizens. We do that by providing targeted resources, including the best, most effective practices from the United States. Let me tell you a little about the FSM and share with you some of our key initiatives. The FSM as a sovereign nation is young, as we just celebrated its 35th anniversary last year. It has a very young population. According to the World Factbook, more than 46% of the country is under the age of 25. One of my highest priorities since arriving over 2 years ago has been empowerment of women and girls, and we do this in many, many ways. We have partnered and funded grants for the International Office of Migration, or IOM, to support women's economic development across the 3 freely associated states, which include the FSM, the Republic of the Marshall Islands, and Palau. One program is called Inspiring Women's Action Through Collective Action, a $2.2 million grant to remove barriers to gender equality. Through IOM, the grant funds local non-governmental organizations and deserving women to help break stereotypes and raising awareness of gender discrimination, and teach women about finance, banking, advertising, and small grants to grow their businesses. Let me introduce you to Esther. She lives in the municipality of Kichi in the state of Pompeii. As an Iowa grantee, she received $5,000 in startup funds last summer to help start her small business. In a recent interview, she shared her appreciation of the Iowa program. Her startup grant allowed her to establish a home garden, and she's now growing and selling her produce at the local markets. Esther talked about how her farm has galvanized the community as people now come to her to seek advice and purchase her seedlings to grow their own crops. We also have worked on several other important projects to support women. We helped restart the Pompeii Girl Scouts in 2020. Since then, the local chapter has blossomed, doubling their numbers from 25 to 50 in 18 months, and joined a host community projects and other volunteer activities. Look at these pictures of their fashion show of recycled wear, attended by schools around Pompeii. And for our collective sweet tooth, the Girl Scouts are selling Girl Scout cookies on Pompeii for the first time to raise funds for their own activities. We continue to participate in the Blackout Violence Pompeii campaign to raise awareness about domestic violence issues. Another way we supported women and girls is through a panel I hosted for Women's History Month and International Women's Day. With more than 75 high school student leaders, government officials, NGOs, and women leaders as guests, we honored 2 women who made giant contributions to improve women's rights in the FSM and focus on finding answers for moving the FSM to a more equitable society and support this year's International Women's Day theme of Break the Bias. You will note in the photo that men are also there to participate, as we need everyone in order to beat false stereotypes and achieve gender equality. I also engaged in a series of unprecedented meetings with traditional leaders throughout Pompeii. The fact that most of the delegation was women definitely was noticed, with one leader pointing out that this was the first time he had hosted a woman US ambassador. Being visible and showing the women and girls of the FSM that women can and do fill roles of power and responsibility is so very important for their education and growth. I am pleased and proud that the US Embassy in Colonia also can showcase the talented women on our staff. Before I close, let me tell you a bit about COVID-19. Something you might know is that the FSM is one of only 2 countries in the world to be completely COVID-19 free. Vaccine development was a big issue here, and that is why one of the first things I accomplished in FSM stands out with a very special guest, Dr. Anthony Fauci. It is amazing what you can accomplish with a simple request. Last year, I asked him if he could help us address my concerns about the pandemic and the vaccines. And he agreed for a short interview, which we played on our embassy's Facebook page. This interview was tremendously helpful in tackling people's concerns about the vaccines we provided to the FSM in the fight against COVID-19 and encouraging them to get vaccinated as soon as possible. The embassy has now held 4 vaccine drives and has immunized over 600 people. I am excited with the progress our efforts have made in supporting women, and I encourage all of you to do what you can to lead, influence others, and make a difference, no matter your circumstances. Thank you very much for your time today. Muchísimas gracias. Langan, kini susapur, kulong lab, namatar.
There you have it, Ambassador Carmen Ansel, Ambassador to the Federal States of Micronesia, providing our remarks at this year's Future Summit. So, ladies and gentlemen, they have our final keynote speaker. So, as I wrap up the conference, we have really engaged on such a dynamic level across so many different industries for this year's edition of our Future Summit. Taking you back to recap, we have engaged over 40 speakers today, really talking about not only just so many facets of industries that women are disrupting, entrepreneurs who are making huge ways, how it's happened in the metaverse, but more importantly, even how we as women can really accelerate our careers and bring women behind us to showcase our journeys, our strategies, our leadership, our regret, our excitement, everything in between we shared today, and hopefully you enjoyed today's session. I want to again give a huge shout out to our previous speaker, alumni who've been part of the Harvard Summit series, and I've grown this far to be in this entire meeting of thousands of women around the world joining this summit every single year. From the 2019 experience that kicked off to New York to even having engaged in the 2020 edition of Summit virtually to last year, we're in the next level of seeing women in leadership across more diversified fields. So this year's edition for 2022, if you look at our development and our growth over the past couple of years, we are truly grown as a community to where we are this year for the 4th annual edition, bringing these dynamic speakers, dynamic artists from around the world to really empower women. And of course, this edition of Her Summit is brought to you by the Global Startup Ecosystem, where our mission has always been to prepare individuals for the digital, because there's no better way to do that than to galvanize our stakeholders together through these programs and initiatives under the 3 pillars of ecosystem engagement, entrepreneurship, employment, and education. We do this for our roadmap where we go around the world building these tech hubs and communities globally. And as we expand many of these brands that you know on the GC, whether it's Future Summit, Future Summit, Space Tech Summit, you name it, we have been a part of bringing diversity to tech hubs around the world through our work at GC. And we're truly grateful to the speakers that joined us this year, including
including U.S. Ambassador to Mongolia, Ambassador Marco Cliffy, Ambassador to Micronesia, Ambassador to the Philippines, of course, Executive Vice Ambassador and Curtis, Joanna from Amazon. It's really been dynamic hearing their keynote remarks. Huge shout out to our artists, as you are aware. We always host our feature every single year for free to our audience, and it's truly been an honor to work with top partners around the world to make this accessible to many. And again, another round of virtual applause for our speakers and panelists and guests, all engaging with this year's edition of Her Future Summit, creating an inclusive reality how women can live, work, and in the metaverse. This was an action-packed agenda. I want to conclude thank you on behalf of GSE. My name is Christine, I'm the CEO of the Global Startup Ecosystem, and it's truly been an honor and a privilege to engage with all of you here today for this annual edition of Future Summit. Hopefully, from this dynamic edition of Her Summit, you will inspiring and go out there and do what the work, put it out there, really put your name out there and really go for it, because I think there's no better time now as one for us to really build and scale our ideas, our initiatives, and our initiatives to really make it impact in this world. So thank you so much on behalf of the GSE team. Another edition of Her Future Summit. We look forward to seeing you next year, same time, same place, hopefully live together and in person. Thank you so much. It really, really an honor to have each and every one of you be a part of this initiative. Talk soon and have a amazing day.
And as a woman, I love the fact that it is so objective in terms of, it's the numbers. So always about the scoreboard. I'm selling more things. I'm being more successful. And all the gray and the black and white is very clear there in terms of your numbers.
Now, if you know me, you know about my 313, you know about my book, Ditch the Act. And today I'm going to take little snippets and parts to make sure that you know how to best position yourself as a female and also as a male for all you males out there, but this is for the ladies, how to pitch for your career.
And whether you're following along now or you plan to begin your search later, what you will do is open a new browser tab on your device. This way you have your job search tab open in one tab and your tracker sheet, we just spoke about the tracker sheet, open in Google Sheets in your second tab. This way you can go back and forth.
Catering, tutoring, financial, and many more to flourish during the pandemic, while traditional brick and mortar establishments have struggled to survive.
I want you to know, don't give up on yourself. There are people out here like all of us who want to bring you in. We just need to know who you are, and so we can leverage your superpowers to help benefit our company.
There is no force equal to a woman determined to rise. I am powerful, and together we are unstoppable, because our girls, our global girls, are our assets.